Alright, party people. Welcome back. Let's get right down to it. We have survival. We have load, not sandbox. We want challenges. We have resume. So we're doing Nomad.
Bag is getting too heavy to carry.
And it is dark in here. So we're doing Nomad. We are... Where the hell are we? Oh, that's right. We are in the upper dam. Let's take a peek outside. We just got into the upper dam. Hey, hey, Untitled Beat. Welcome. Welcome. And wow, it is dark. Okay, so... yeah, fastest click in the West, as they say. Okay, let's see. So it's very dark. I actually changed my monitor settings to sRGB. I can't see as well. If we recall, we are in the process of doing Nomad. We are, I would say, more than halfway there. So there's 15 locations that we have to basically squat for 3 days. We need to get our squatting rights in. And we've done all of the locations in Pleasant Valley where we started. And we've also done the location up in Timberwolf. That's the Mountaineer's Hut. So we did Barn, Radio Shack, Skeeter's Ridge, the store, and Mountaineer's Hut. Right now, we are currently in... When do you change from... I think I want to go through all of the challenges, and then I think I'll switch over to something else for a while. So basically there's this challenge, and then I think there's 3 more.
Starting to weigh me down.
One of them is Archivist, one of them is As the Dead Sleep or something, and then the last challenge is the Darkwalker challenge, which is, you know, you're hunted by an eldritch horror. But that's why I'm going through these sort of one after another after another. Okay, we need probably to sleep in, or at least wait until morning. Where did I put the bedroll? Here it is. Because I don't like it. I don't like how it's so very dark right now. But yeah, basically, again, to answer the question, after the challenges, I think right now I'm leaning towards maybe some Project Zomboid. We'll see. We'll see, but that might be the next thing on the list. Okay, so let's take a quick inventory. Is there anything that we actually need to do here? We have tons of food. Oh, I suppose I should probably harvest these arrows, because we do have the feathers and the arrow shafts to remake these arrows. Oh, where did that go? Here. And we did find a bow. Oh yeah, that's right. We can also craft a bow. We can also craft a bow. I'm wondering, can we also craft deer shoes? Because the deer shoes would be an upgrade over
slowing me down.
Our current trail boots. Let's see. We have fresh deer hide, which means we need to drop this and have it finish curing. We have 1 cured deer hide. We need 2 for the boots. And then we've got all these cured gut. We can use those later. All right, first order of business, I believe, is going to be remaking... Oh, I will take whatever this is, a rifle cartridge. First order of business, we make some arrows. Second order of business, we go over and crack the safe that's in that control room. Oh, emergency stim. I didn't see that. Okay. So despite the fact that it looks pitch black, somehow Mackenzie is able to craft things. I guess let's start with the bow, right? 5 hours. Yeah. Let's start with the bow. But first, let's drink some so we don't dehydrate. Soda pop. And I suppose also, no one got sick from rancid sardines, right? Exactly. That's exactly what I thought. Couldn't happen to me. Couldn't be me. Okay. We can make 3 more arrows and also this. I think we already have a bow, but it's only 60%. I would like a higher condition bow. And so I guess let's start with 3 hours. The main thing I was worried about Is our dentist still concerned? I think we may have given our dentist a case of the vapors with all the soda that we've been eating. I guess we don't eat soda, but what have you? Yes. 9 out of 10 dentists disagree with our current diet. But 1 out of 1 Bear Grylls agrees with making survival bows. Another blizzard outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But I hear the wind in my left ear. Okay, so now I think we are probably super Gucci with regards to weaponry. We found a rifle. We now have... I thought we were supposed to have 2 survival bows. No, that was the other challenge, wasn't it? Okay, well now we have 1 survival bow. We have, what is this? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 arrows. How decadent. And, yeah. Okay, so that was the first order of business. The second order of business is, let's open that safe. What do you guys think is in this safe? The last safe I opened, I think there was something really good inside, like some clothes or boots or something. But I think the funniest safe that I've ever opened had a single rifle cartridge and a single jug of maple syrup. Just check these shelves first before I forget. We don't need any tools, so we'll leave that. Another storm lantern.
Needs this anymore.
That storm lantern is so unneeded, even I don't need it. Ah, matches. Who would have expected matches to be on the ground there? Okay. So we're going to be doing some blind safe cracking. But it's okay because you're only supposed to use your ears. That's the wrong way. This is the right way. I should have paid attention. That was around a 9, wasn't it? Okay, so we got 8. We've got... Oh, come on. Now, this is just silly. Oh, this is just petty. It's 8. It's 11. The next one's probably going to be fast. Oh, 8, 11, and like 35-ish. So we've got 8. Of course, one of them is super long and the other one is super short. 11 and 35-ish. We'll start on 30. Come on, show me what you got. 37. Show me what you
Good
got.
stuff.
Cash. And maple syrup. And a book. Literally any kind of currency you might want in Canada. Okay. I can't see again, so let's... I can barely see... Oh, hello, what's this up here? Oh, that's just a light. I thought it was something interesting, but no. But no. You know what, Flora? Or I guess Flora's location? You might say that you are right on the money. I'll show myself out. More coffee. Whose desk is this? 2 tins of coffee? I guess that must be their IT professional. Okay, and a first aid kit. I didn't need either of those things. Let's go upstairs and check the first aid locker. And maybe the other lockers too. It's not like we really need much of anything, but sometimes there's good stuff. Man, we're definitely not skipping leg day. Hello. Search locker. Nothing. Like I said before, I actually don't remember if I said this. There's 3 more locations here.
Goodness.
We don't need trail boots. 3 more locations in Mystery Lake that we need to sleep in. There's the camp cabin. Not the camp cabin. the camp office. There is the trapper's cabin. I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention it. And then there's that overlook, that fire watch. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the camp office first. Then we'll head down to Trapper's. And on the way back from Trapper's, we can check that hunting blind that's over by the pond. It's not the unnamed pond, is it? It might be the unnamed pond. We'll check that hunting blind for something nice, and then we can head up to the overlook, because that will give us a little bit of a... Basically, it's less distance that we have to walk to get to the coastal highway.
Could end up being useful.
We don't need more leather. At least I don't think so. Okay. Do you have anything? Stale chocolate. And I think there's a couple of other... Yes. A couple of other lockers in here.
This stuff will come in handy.
Except it won't come in handy, Mackenzie. And anything nice. Okay, so I think we are done. We've looted this place as much as I care to loot it. And as a result, we are now going to play cards and sleep for the better part of 3 days. We probably don't need to go up the stairs. Certainly there's nothing good up there. Certainly nothing could be of interest. And there's nothing in the fridge. Okay. So, this thing is just starting to cure. I suspect it's not going to finish curing by the time we leave here. Because what do we have? We have Upper Lower Dam. Where's Upper Lower Dam? We've already been here for a day. So we only need 2 more days. I think it's 3 days for a hide to cure. Which means that we're going to be leaving before that's finished. But that's okay, because the camp office also has a delicious, useful, and very attractive looking workbench. Yeah, slurp, slurp, slurp. Do we have any peaches? P is for Pinnacle Peaches. No, we don't. Okay, slurp some water, and then sleep for 10 hours. I think our dentist is going to be happy, because we are out of soda. At the very least, he won't be able to complain anymore. Okay, and now we just pass an unreasonable amount of time lounging in bed. To be honest, this challenge is like a depression simulator. Because there's just so much ennui that's being embodied. Man. Takes so long to pass this time. Come on. I believe in you. Fast forward. There we go.
Need water.
Need water. He needs water. It's all around you. Honestly, this is such a little amount of thirst from this food. Why bother? Why even add that little stat? All right, and I guess we can pass time for another decent chunk. So 8 hours of passing time is about 1 airline food worth of food. And what's with this music? This music is like, it's suspenseful. But we're just playing solitaire. It's going harder than it needs to be.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Mackenzie, the thing that's sapping your energy is you've been awake for like 30 hours. Okay, how long have we been here? We've been here for 2.2 days. So we still need like a 12-hour sleep. That's 0.5 and then like 6 more hours. Which unfortunately, I don't think that lines up with dawn. No, that definitely doesn't line up with dawn, but I think the next place is close enough. How many hours do we need? 0.3, yeah, like 8 hours still. I guess we can start by passing time for 4. And then we can sleep for a few. If it's not quite dusk, as long as we can drop enough stuff, we should be able to make it to the camp office pretty easily. So let's sleep for 2 and see how close this gets us. We should be pretty close, if not on the money, for leaving here. Okay. Okay, it did. Lower dam complete. So pick up the bedroll, pick up the hide. Oof. Hide only went up like 30%. So we might have to keep it all the way till Trappers. Okay, now we will be coming back this direction. So we could actually leave some things here. Like for example, surely we won't need this many flares. We probably don't even need the rifle because we have the bow. But I think we'll keep it for now. Keep the cash. We don't need all these matches. Again, how did we get so many matches? It's a completely unreasonable number of matches. Okay, that's fine. And what else to dump? Feathers, no. Can, yes. I suppose it wouldn't be the end of the world. One, we can leave a bunch of the water here, because that could be helpful on the way back. But another thing, it wouldn't be remiss to leave some food here. A bunch of chocolate bars. And maybe 1 liter of water and some coffee. Oops. Oops. Sometimes the menu bugs out, and so you have to turn it off and on again. Okay. This is fine. We can eat food, drink water, and that, yeah, we're already under 10 kilos overweight. If I was feeling very brave, I'd actually drop the bedroll here. You know what? I think I'm going to drop the bedroll here for 2 reasons. There's no place that I'm planning on stopping that doesn't have a bed. And I also am pretty confident that we'll be able to find another bedroll at the camp office. That seems to be something that happens very often. There's just an unreasonable amount of food in this inventory. 12 kilograms of food. And if we drop this guy, we should be even faster. Even faster. Gotta go fast. Channel your inner Sanic.
I might have to drop some gear.
You might have to drop some gear, but not here. I cannot believe we have so many bow arrows, so many rifle rounds, and so many revolver rounds. We have, what, like 70 revolver rounds? 74. Completely unreasonable. And we've still found no revolver. I bet there's not even a revolver at the trapper's cabin. I bet it's something like another rifle. Ooh. Okay, Buddy's right there. While he's a-wooing, let's actually make make time. Let's get a little bit farther away from him before he crosses over that hill and sees us. Because going between basically this next stretch of railway, I can't talk. It's one of the more annoying places to be walking a dog. Just because there's so far you have to walk between things, and there's not really any cover. At best, there's a couple of busted up railway cars. Okay, I think we made it out. Now, I just heard a very baleful awoo, but I can't quite pinpoint where it is. If I wasn't completely flush with stuff, there is a prepper cache somewhere up on that hillside. It might not be there because apparently, as I've learned, prepper caches don't always spawn. But I don't think we need to check it, because I think we have everything we need. And that up there, that Firewatch Tower, is going to be one of the locations. Basically, that's the way where we're going to stop on the way back from the Trapper's cabin. I've got the route all planned out in my brain. Okay, and now we can once again discover the fact that these little yellow tugboat trains are the most useless things in existence. Because at best they'll have a scrap metal and maybe a tender plug. Absolutely not something we need to carry about. Alright, open sesame. Look at this. We got a cloth. We got a cotton toque. We got a rifle cartridge. And we got an energy bar. Actually, and even more revolver ammunition. This is actually the least trash one of these that I've ever seen. And another hunting knife. That's a pretty good hunting knife. 90%? I'll take it. Although, anything up here? No. We now have 84 rounds of revolver ammunition. Even more guarantee that we will never, in this entire run, find a single revolver in all the land. At this point, I feel like McKinley should just find a piece of pipe and make a slam-fire revolver. I mean, not slam-fire revolver, but slam-fire single-shot. I guess single-shot SMG at that rate. Okay, so the next concern is around this bin, there's that train derailment. And that place, in my experience, usually has a wolf or two. Usually. But usually doesn't mean always. And so hopefully we can get lucky. Another very quiet time of day. Best be prepared, because unfortunately that little mound there upon which the train is derailed makes it hard to see if there are any wolves in the vicinity. Let's double check. I think there's a deer carcass there, and deerskin boots. Okay, so we need one more gut and one more hide. That's unfortunate. I thought we had enough gut for this. But I suppose after... Yeah, the bow needed 2 gut, huh? I think we should try to snag a gut from this guy. But we just need the one. This is a little bit unfortunate because we will be very vulnerable very vulnerable to the fluffier things in life as we harvest this. Of course, we haven't heard any awoos, but again, that doesn't always mean much.
Wonder if
All
this
right.
is any good to eat.
Jerky, don't need the mittens. And 2 gut, 20 minutes. Sugar, sugar, a sugar, sugar. All right. Check this hill, make sure nothing is about to hunt us. Okay, I think we're fine. Yeah, we're good. Actually, there's nothing all along the way. Okay, perfect. Very safe. Ooh, what's this? Crow feather. Never say no. And a flare. We just dropped a bunch of these. Why am I picking it up? More floating crow feathers. Do my eyes deceive me?
Excellent.
The hand cannon. And yet another toolbox which we don't need. Okay, this was actually a very fruitful detour. Very fruitful.
Not going to be able to carry this load for
84
much longer.
rounds and 2 in the revolver already. Completely unreasonable amount of ammo. Okay, we are super set now. I feel like we won't have to pick anything up. Maybe for the rest of the run, minus, perhaps, some water. Because that's the one thing that's tough to keep. Because it's so heavy. And you do go through it pretty quickly. 4 kilograms for the rifle, 1.5 for the revolver. And probably 2 kilos for the bow and all the arrows. That's a decent chunk of weight. But I can't bring myself to drop any of it. And, you know, we probably don't need to check that guy. And you know what? I would have sprinted, but we're too fat to sprint. I just heard an extremely distant awoo that kind of sounded like it was on the lake.
Sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
It is going to get colder, but you'll be sleeping soundly like a baby in the camp office. Oops. Got full cylinder and 80 extra rounds. This is a completely unreasonable amount of ammo. That's almost a kilogram worth of just bullets. Okay, there's our next spot. And perhaps I was wrong about wolves on the lake because I don't see any here. And usually they're sharking around in that middle area. Unless, did I see a single pixel just go behind that little lump of snow? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Okay, so what do we need right now? We actually need some firewood. We can get some over there. That's my favorite spot for firewood. Usually there's a bunch of sticks. But I also think that inside there should be some wood. You know what? Oh no, I was going to say, I thought I forgot to drop the storm lantern.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
But somehow, I think the storm lantern would actually be kind of useful here. All right, first order business is we drop the gut and the hide. Everything that needs to cure. Second order of business. We use some of our unreasonable number of matches and we find the... Yeah, we have a bunch of matches. And we find the bed, which should be this way. And we wait and or sleep all the way... See, I told you there'd be a bedroom here. We wait and or sleep until morning. Was that a sport vest? It is a sport vest. All right, bed. Past time, 6 hours. And then we should be able to sleep until dawn, and hopefully this place will be bright enough to see. Hopefully. All right, and now we honk shoe, honk shoe. Okay. Oh, that is nice and bright. I like it. Don't need that. That's why I thought it was weird. It's one, we don't need these painkillers, but two, it's clipping through that cup. Oops, did not mean to finish that. Okay, anything under the bed? Not really. We do have our wood stove, and now we're just looking for things to feed it. Another magnifying lens. I think we already have one. Soda. But it would be good to check. We don't have a magnifying lens, actually. We do have 2 fire strikers. A note left behind. 4675. Okay, this is not the insane dagger. That's like 4783 or 4781. Something like that. Something like that. If we have to, we can break down, say, this shelf or the chair. Okay, let's pick up this bedroll.
I can always use more food.
Can always use more matches, is what you mean, Mackenzie. And let's see if there's anything nice down here. The gut's going to take a minute to cure, isn't it? Kind of unfortunate. A little bit unfortunate. Jerry can, don't need that. Wheel of fortune. A fortunate wheel. Anything on or under the shelves? Not that I can really see. A cooking pot. We already have 2. Anything on or under the shelves? Pinnacle peaches. Those will get consumed. Consume. Channel your inner consumer. Okay, what have we got? Show me what you got. Ooh, is that water? It is. No. Was it? No. Radier Macht Kampf. Twitch chat doesn't seem to appear. Let me tab out momentarily and see, because if that's the case, it's less than ideal. So that looks fine. Here. Ah. There are a Twitch chat that is not appearing. Let's see what we can do about this. Let's try this and try this. The more you know. The more you know. Okay, let's do one of these guys, a test. And we check here. Okay, that looks like it might have shown up question mark. Okay, this looks better. This looks better. Who's to know what happens when network things go strange? But at any rate, a belated welcome. As you remember, we're finishing up the Nomad challenge. You can't be mad at it. It's in the name. Okay, don't need... Let's see. What do we got? Break this down. Okay, so here's the plan. We make some water, and then we just sleep and play solitaire. Oh man, this is on the chiller side for one of these streams. Very much on the chiller side. Kurenai, it's been a minute. I feel like the last time I saw your name, it was red. I don't understand what the different name colors mean on the little Twitch thing, but I feel like the last time I saw it, it was red. How many locations have I been to already? Well, let's find out. I don't know if this is high enough resolution for you guys to read, but there's 15 little locations on the right here. We've been to, I think, 5 or 6 of them. That is, so let's see. We go to the map. That's not the map. This is the map. Okay, so we spawned in Pleasant Valley, and there were 4 locations there, but the first thing we actually did was head up north to Timberwolf Mountain. There's 1 location up in Timberwolf Mountain, and we snagged that one, in addition to opening up a whole bunch of airplane cargo crates, and that's why we have a completely unreasonable amount of food. So we did Timberwolf Mountain, then we came back and did the 4 regions in Pleasant Valley. Then we took the shortcut from Pleasant Valley. That's a brighter red than I remember, Kerr and I. Then we went to the shortcut between Pleasant Valley and the hydroelectric dam, and I'm sure you guys were here. We just napped in the dam for, 3 days basically. And look at all this food, a completely unreasonable amount of food, but completely unreasonable low amount of water too. Yeah, I think we're going to go pretty fast here because, so we got cash, we got reclaimed wood, we got cardboard matches, 35% chance to start. Let's see if we get it. Yeah, I think we got so much food and good equipment and clothing from either the Radio Shack in Pleasant Valley or the cargo containers in Timberwolf.
That didn't work.
That I think we can just blast, like super blast. Might as well use the accelerant. 95% chance. Come on. There we go. Can't fail it. Never fail it. Okay, so we have 2.5 hours there. I don't think we'll need more than 4 liters of water, but it couldn't hurt to just get a little bit more. When you joined the stream, your name was Blue.
Feels like a lot of gear.
The more you know. Maybe I'm misremembering because I think all of the YouTube names are red by default. So maybe I'm mixing it up. It seems like my memory is very referential / associative. So it's entirely possible.
So dry.
It's entirely possible that I'm just mixing it up. Okay, and what do we have? 2 hours? All right, let's do another completely unreasonable 4 liters of water. Boil, boil, trouble and toil. Okay. Pick these guys up. Look at all these ridiculous number of airline foods. I used to think these were actually pretty good because I was like, oh, 600 calories and only a quarter kilogram. It turns out they're not as good as like chips and beef jerky. And even granola bars are about as good. Okay, so we're going to try to eat those first. Pastime. 12 hours of pastime. Oh, yeah, I probably did forget to check Twitter messages. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that. I always forget that Twitter exists sometimes. And even then, there's like the things on the left, and sometimes there's little notification things, but they're not very intrusive. So, as evidenced by what happened, sometimes I miss them. Most of the time I miss them.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay. Arguably be better for humanity if it didn't exist. Yeah, there are... Humanity is definitely going through some growing pains. Sort of accustoming itself to social media. Let's just say the human brain is not actually evolved for it. Oh, and you know what? Topically, I may or may not have read or begun to read a couple of books on this topic. But let me think. Who was the author? Why am I forgetting his name? Shoot, that's kind of annoying. It's... So the title of the first book of his that I read was The Coddling of the American Mind. And the book that I'm currently reading is The Anxious Generation. The Coddling of the American Mind was about how there's sort of starting in 2015-ish, there was an influx in sort of these cognitive mental distortions that the author and some of his co-authors had noticed on American university campuses. And The Anxious Generation is about how social media and basically always online and not in-person social relationships are kind of messing with the current, and I guess it'd be the previous now, and the current, it's basically messing up childhood. I wrote a paper on misinformation on TikTok, and it was difficult to not get a bit existential. Yeah, I feel like I should be remembering this guy, the author's name. But basically, let me keep sleeping and keep this going. Basically, the thesis is starting in the 90s, there was a trend in parenting that, parents would be very, remember stranger danger and how everyone was worried, oh, if I let my kid play outside by him or herself, he'll get abducted and like kidnapped. So that led to a lot less, what's the word for it? Like self-directed play, like basically unsupervised play between just children figuring stuff out. And it also led to them having kind of a bit more of an intrinsic sensitivity to things that are possibly dangerous. Add on to that, starting in the late 2010s, but really metastasizing in the late aughts and metastasizing in the early 2010s, the influx in the number of basically administrators, both at the sort of lower level, so like K-12 and college level, where the administrator's jobs would basically be to validate the students' feelings or perceptions of danger. So one of the examples in the book, and this is kind of like not a literal example that definitely happened, but sort of more of a schematic thing, where the student would go to the counselor and the student would say, I'm feeling, stressed. And the counselor would say, well, stress is the body's it's the body's response to anticipated danger, or I guess, fear as well. And the counselor would then say, well, then you must be in danger, or there must be, danger coming soon, sort of validate a perhaps inaccurate prediction by the student's mind. Because, if you don't validate the student's feelings, the student's going to complain to their parents, and the parents will complain to the board, and then that person will get in trouble. So there's kind of like a whole sort of system that led to that sort of reinforcement of some perhaps not correct thought patterns. And, the lack of supervised play led to the students, not really knowing how to deal with these feelings on their own. And then the reinforcement led to them kind of solidifying these thought processes, which are in cognitive behavioral therapy sort of known to be detrimental and not accurate per se, not reliable. And basically just a lot of people thought about this, and that led to sort of, we need safe spaces, or we need to cancel speakers who make us feel uncomfortable. So that was the Coddling of the American Mind book. And then I guess that was published in 2018, I want to say. And the recent one that I've begun to read, but haven't finished, is the author's kind of tracing that a little bit farther back into childhood as opposed to the university system, and examining how basically the rise of social media has mapped almost one-to-one onto a remarkable increase in actual mental disorders in kids nowadays. Like, I think there's like a threefold increase in anxiety-based disorders for girls, and like a twofold or some unreasonable but slightly less increase in the same for boys. And it all comes back down to social media and how sort of the constant, always online, always comparing yourself to the very best snapshot, which is perhaps not even real, is messing with people. Because it's not the kind of things our brains are evolved to handle. But I think eventually society will figure out how to deal with this. I don't know how long it will take, but one way or another. So basically, life is anything that is a self-propagating and self-sort of fixing process is a decent definition for life. And so eventually, there will be a mode of existence that will be able to overcome the hurdles and the challenges that this sort of social media thing is posing humanity writ large. And it will propagate because it will, that is the nature of life, to propagate itself. And things that cannot overcome will not propagate. And so this is like, basically you can think of it as like ideas as genes. So like memes, basically. The original meaning of memes. Okay, what is this? We are in the camp cabin, right? Camp office. Okay, we've already been here for 3.7 days. We can leave now. You once read an interesting paper about how young girls get very anxious to act freely in social settings out of fear of someone recording them and posting them on social media. Yes. Yeah. Apparently the, female brain, however that works, is particularly susceptible to the downsides of social media. Don't quote me on this because I'm not sure if it's particularly well backed. But I think it's something like it's sort of more social oriented and more social threat oriented. And wouldn't you know, social media provides a bit more of a risk on that side. Yeah, it's both. It's both. Because I think the biological aspect is...
Something's making me feel tired.
The sort of that side of the brain is more sensitive to social, basically more sensitive to empathy / sympathy / those things. And, maybe a little bit less testosterone makes them a little bit less combative and more prone to agreement. What do we need to do? We need to probably leave tomorrow morning. So let's pass time for like 5 hours, and then we can wake up and leave in the morning. But yeah, I think it's a combination. So, young girls are generally socialized to be more agreeable. And then I think there's also the sort of the lack of the combativeness of testosterone reinforces that. Or it might be a chicken and egg situation where it's not exactly clear which one came first, but they certainly reinforce each other. They certainly reinforce each other. And I guess this has been known for a long time because it seems like, all the social contagions that I can think of, like the Salem witch trials and that kind of thing, going back that far, are much more prevalently spread among younger females. And again, whether it's nature or nurture is kind of neither here nor there, as long as the phenomena exists. All right, come on. Eat, drink, be merry. I'm sure everyone logged in to hear the hot takes that we've got here. But oh well, I mean, interesting things. I'm sure there's an entire body of research that would... It's nice that this is... Okay, so the gut is finally going to get cured at Trappers when we get there. And we probably don't need all this water? Because Trappers also has a halfway decent, what's it face? We probably also don't need the peaches or the soda. Trappers has a halfway decent stove. Okay, let's get ready. So you agree, but you were also thinking how girls are also more explicitly judged based on appearance or susceptible to sexual harassment, which does happen a lot on social media and thus make it a potentially more threatening thing. I think definitely yes. And I believe the sort of harassment is an aspect of it, but I believe, based on what I remember reading, that the belonging aspect and the fear of being socially ostracized is a bigger issue. At least from what I recall. Because, for example, if you have, you know, a young girl who isn't posting herself, but is only, you know, consuming other people's posts, basically watching them, you know, seeing them live their best life, you know, and comparing what does, you know, she have that I don't have. And it turns out, like, based on this curated picture, it seems like there's a lot there. That is enough, I believe, to sort of increase the risk of these anxiety disorders. You know, there's zero risk to someone who doesn't post themselves of experiencing that sort of online harassment, but it's still a problem. And if you ask me, you know, as someone on the outside looking in, I think being rejected from a social group that I want to belong to it's something that I would fear more than being harassed by someone who is not part of my social group. Yeah, so thinking about the paper with more specific scenario, yeah, I definitely agree. It is an aspect. It's probably, you know, I hesitate to actually put a fraction on it, but I'm not hesitant to say it's almost certainly a non-negligible fraction. So I think it is definitely an aspect. Okay, all right, so there are at least 2 or 3 places where there could be a pack of wolves on the way to Trappers. One of them is right over this ridge. And then one of them is in the next hill over. And then the final one is the next hill over that. I haven't heard any awoos. So hopefully there's no one catcalling us as we post over this hill. I think we're all right. Unless... no, that's just a stick. But yeah, let's just say that the unfettered access to things like Instagram and who barks? Where are you? Oh, right there, buddy. You were just hiding? That's a very rude thing to be doing. Well, if we have to, we can start blasting. Otherwise, I think we just walk. I hope we can get past. But yeah, let's just say that ever since, you know, anyone born after probably 2010, and this is boys and girls, have just been getting spawn camped by social media. Because it's just the tech companies who run these apps have just, you know, spent millions and millions of dollars to make getting onto and staying onto their apps as long as possible a seamless and frictionless experience. So it's brain rot is a very good way to put it. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that it's so ubiquitous. That's a deer. And it's also unfortunate, it's so easy to get onto these apps and get access to them. You're not even gaining any sort of computer skills. Okay, the question is the wolf going to actually chase one of these deer or not? You're genuinely glad you're a bit older and never got into most social medias. Yeah. Please chase that deer. Okay, you're chasing the deer. No, you're chasing me. No, you're chasing the deer. Okay, well, I'm gonna pretend that Bambi's mom got away. And we can just leave that circle of life to close. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm kind of worried. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, especially when it comes to doom scrolling something like Instagram and TikTok. You're getting very little intellectual value out of it unless you are very, very careful to curate exactly what you're seeing on your feed. But in general, brain rot is a very accurate way to put it. Okay, and what do you have? Another survival bow. It seems like in the second half of this challenge, we're just being showered. Absolutely showered with weapons. But only 40%. In the words of Mr. Darcy, not handsome enough to tempt me. We will take that arrow, though. Okay, well, I'm glad that we could feed our dog. It's kind of sad that it had to come at the expense of Bambi's mom, though. Alright, and this looks fine. What do you guys think is going to be in the trapper's hut over here? I'm thinking there's going to be another rifle and probably some kind of parka in the safe. Yeah, a single lone book. A single lone book. Oh, I forgot there was this thing here. We can probably check for a hatchet or something. Not that we need it. Oh, you know what? We could do with a little bit of firewood. Just so we can boil some water. Yep, hatchet and firewood. And fur firewood. Okay. Which means we can use that firewood to bootstrap some water. Of course, I'm sure there's also firewood inside. I should have thought of that. I should have thunk it.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Starting to weigh me down. Okay, let's hop inside. Luckily, this time, we're not being chased by a bear. At the end of the hunted, I don't know if anyone was here, but I came down that hill because I went around a wolf pack back over where that body was. And by the time I got right about, I want to say it's right about here, I looked to the right, and in the middle of that pass, there's a bear charging towards me. And I basically just sprinted up and prayed. But we are a little bit too fat to be doing that right now. And so we'll take it the slow way. We should still have enough arrow shafts to make an arrow. Alright, show me something good. Let's see what we got. We have firearm cleaning kit, but no revolver on the table. We've got no revolver on the workbench and no rifle on the bed. We do have a grape soda, though. Alright, well, I suppose this is okay. And we can check the locker.
Gear is slowing me down.
Don't need it, don't need it. And we can also crack the safe. I wasn't paying attention, but that was around 5, wasn't it? Okay, 8. We've got 8. We've got, what was that, 25-ish? So we got 8. We got 25-ish. 27 is more like. God damn it. So 8, 27, 29. Oh, man, come on now. Completely unreasonable. Come on. I feel like we were robbed. Never mind that we're trying to rob this safe. 8, 27, 29. Show me what you got.
Could end up being useful.
Drugs, hat, and maple syrup. I feel like it's... Is it law in Canada that every time you have anything in a safe, you need to put some maple syrup in there? You know what? I bet this started... That law was probably put into place after Canada's maple syrup reserves got robbed a few years back. I think that's probably when that happened. Peanut butter, dog food. Or sorry, not dog food, man food. Give me that herbal tea. Give me the tea. A can opener that we don't need. Cleaning kit that we don't need. But we can actually clean the revolver now that we have time. But first, let's drop this gut. It is mostly cured, but not fully cured. We need one of them. All right, revolver. Actions. Always unload your revolver before you clean it. And start cleaning. Sugar, sugar, a sugar, sugar. Okay, and actually let me check one more thing. Because who knows, maybe fixing Twitch broke something else. Okay, no, we're still good. We are still A-okay. Not that. Cancel. Click you. Okay, and we're back. Sugar, sugar, a sugar, sugar. So it started at what, 70 some odd %? Yeah, we only have about 2 more. 2 more to be fully clean. One of the benefits of revolvers, simple mechanism, not the hardest thing to clean. As long as you don't have to go and dig around in the actual action, and it's just the cylinders and the barrel, it's not too bad. Okay. And so now, first order of business, let's get this book. Second order of business, let's make some water. We'll start with a good old-fashioned book burning. Then we'll toss that fir log on, and that should give us about 3 liters. And I think 3 liters should last us the whole time. As long as we have an hour and a half of time. Perfect. Perfection. Not enough for 2 liters, but enough for 1.5. Going to Timberwolf Mountain first and getting all the set supplies first? Yeah. Yeah. Although, I think we probably could have squeezed by if we did a little bit of hunting. Another book. Nothing. A granola bar. But yeah, basically having 2 cooking pots to make water easily, and having all of this processed food makes things fast. Yeah, this is 100% just a vibe stream, by the way.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Okay, so we can... I guess we can start by making one of these arrows. Yeah, we are 100% just being a vagabond, running around, sleeping on other people's couches. Just discuss all the big philosophical questions. You know what the biggest philosophical question is? Gecko, have you ever watched any Star Trek? This is important background. Only the scene with the whales. You mean the space whales? Then unfortunately you might not understand the profundity of what I'm about to ask. But if you know the beam me up, Scotty? How they tell they do the go into the transporter and it beams them up and down onto the different planets. Would you go into a Star Trek transporter? This is the real question. Ah, delicious. Would you be the same person? Well, Gecko, that is the entire game. That is the entire question. Would you be the same person if you went through a Star Trek transporter? Because I think the answer to that question is not trivial. In my opinion, the answer is no. In my opinion, it is merely a copy that comes out the other side. And that you as an individual would not be the same entity experiencing the experience. Let's sleep for about 4 hours. I think the gut should be cured by now, which means we can start on our boots. Okay, I don't remember where I dropped it though. Where did I drop it? Did I drop it? I did drop it. Where's the gut? Cured gut, here. The copy does feel like they had the same experiences, yes. Yeah, so for example, if you close your eyes and so you go onto the transporter and you close your eyes while you transport, as long as you kept your eyes closed, the person or whatever it is that shows up at the end of the transport, someone looking in, reading their mind from the outside, would not be able to tell the difference between you and that other person. Or that other thing, what have you. We want to make, yes, these beautiful deerskin boots. So many fishing tackles. Okay, for starters, let's do 5 hours. Yeah, so the copy, it has the same effective body. It has the same memories. It has, the thing that you were thinking at the instant that you transported, that whatever comes out the other side will finish that thought. And it will remember beginning that thought. And it will remember what it felt like to wake up in the morning, that morning. It will remember what your breakfast tasted like. But in my opinion, it would not be the thing that is currently experiencing your experiences. Hot take. What do we need to do? We need to eat and we need to drink. Let's finally finish all these airline foods. Because they are cramping my style as far as their mass is concerned. And not cramping it in the same way that crampons do. Because crampons do it in a good way. These do it in a bad way. Okay, bed, sleep. It's also interesting to consider the ship of Theseus brought to the Star Trek beamer. Yeah, so on the other hand, the ship of Theseus is an interesting aspect. However, Gecko, how familiar are you with quantum mechanics? Or more specifically, solving state change problems in quantum mechanics? I think maybe Fermi's golden rule perhaps is relevant here. Or at least cases in which you can apply it may be relevant. It's almost dawn. I think I lost the bed. Where's the bed? If the stove is here, the bed's over to the right. Bench, newsprint. Learned about quantum mechanics was in school, but a long time ago. Okay, well, um, so I guess let me give you a small. Oh, you know what we can do? It's dawn. We can probably finish the pants, even though it's pitch black. We can probably finish them. Requires light. Unfortunate. We'll pass time for an hour. Okay. Well, the idea is in quantum mechanics, there are different states in which a thing can exist. And a thing cannot exist between these states. And each state has some amount of energy associated with it. And so sometimes it's useful to define the states based on how much energy they have. That's, a kind of convenient way to describe them, or at least to differentiate them. And there is a concept when you're trying to solve basically how a system will be evolving through time. There's a concept in which, as long as the state and the energy of the system is changing slow enough over time, you can kind of pretend that your system is in a particular state and it moves along with that state instead of randomly hopping back and forth between different states, which usually happens when there's some surplus of energy. I think that idea can be applied to consciousness vis-a-vis the ship of Theseus objection to, are you the same person as you were, say, a year ago? Because what is it? It's like every 7 months, all of the cells in your brain completely sort of turn over. I think it's something on that order of time. So my opinion of it is, as long as the cell turnover is not a sufficiently large fraction of your brain at any particular time, or let's say whatever part of your brain is making that consciousness experience, as long as that turnover isn't so rapid that the new cells can be sort of assimilated, to quote the Borg, I think you can consider that person to be the same entity experiencing the experiences as it was before. Whereas if everything is immediate, like you switch over all the cells, you rematerialize them at the end of the transporter, I think that would be a different thing, experiencing the experiences. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to, first off, let's get these beautiful, not these. Wait, I thought didn't we finish the shoes? Where are our shoes? Did we finish them? No, we didn't finish them because that's right, it wasn't bright enough. But at any rate, that's my current philosophy, or I guess philosophy of the mind. All right, what kind of an upgrade? So we go 1 kilogram to 2 kilograms. That's not great, but we're getting 1.5 Celsius of warmth and 1 Celsius of wind resistance. Also, we're getting 20% more water resistance and 2 more defense. So that's pretty good. Which means we can finally dump these trail boots. The question is, do we say that all our memories, feelings, opinions are just cells in our brain, or are they something metaphysical such as a soul? Alternatively, they could be a collective and persistent group of cells working together, as opposed to just an instantaneous snapshot of cells. So I lean towards they are sort of a group working in tandem over time, as opposed to either the snapshot or the something above soul idea. Just because you can, or at least I can, wrap my head around that a little bit better.
I can use
Another balaclava. I don't think we can wear 2 balaclavas, can we? I'm pretty sure we can't. Yeah, we can't. Which means we can drop this one. And also these earmuffs. Actually, these earmuffs are better than our earmuffs because we got wolf attacked. All right, what else? What else can we... Is there anything worth repairing? Maybe the climbing socks? But probably not the climbing socks. I think all our clothes are quite good right now. So let's just ditch this. And how much time have we been here? We have been here for... Spent an extra day and a half in the camp office. Okay, we've been here for 2 days. So we can probably leave at noon tomorrow. Which means we want to... Yeah, I think let's pass time for 12 hours. And then we should be able to sleep for probably around 10. That should get us close. You agree, but it does feel odd to think that if you took enough or the right cells in our brain and put them on an otherwise functioning body, that body could be us. Well, think about it. Suppose that we were able to do perfect head transplants. So, you know, you cut at the neck, cut the spine, and you graft it onto some other body perfectly. Presumably, you could map all of your nerves so that you could, you know, control that body just like you control your body. It would still be you, right? Just like if you cut off a hand and then you replace it with, say, a Neuralink prosthetic, you can move the Neuralink prosthetic with your brain. It's still you, even though you have a new hand. The same thing for an arm. The same thing for, you know, your entire leg. The same thing for both arms. And probably the same thing for everything up to at least the brainstem, right? And similarly, for example, I know someone who had brain cancer and part of the brain was removed. He's still the same person he was before, except maybe a little bit more sleepy sometimes. But generally the same person. So if there is some subset of your brain that can be removed, but you generally maintain your personality, and similarly, I don't know if you remember, but there was a very old medical example of someone who was working on, I think, the railroad somewhere in the Western United States in like the 1800s. And there was some kind of accident and he had a railroad spike completely just shoved through his head, like in his entire head, like in through the underside of his jaw and like out through the top of his skull. But he survived, even though this thing went through his brain. They removed the spike. He didn't die from sepsis somehow. And eventually he recovered. But when he recovered, he was not emotionally the same. He was much more irritable, much more violent, much quicker tempered. So there was some part of his brain that was governing his behavior and his emotions. Basically, those are some of the things that make you, you, that was damaged or removed by that railway spike, which I'm taking to mean there is some portion of the brain that does, combined with, you know, you can have a part of your brain removed from brain cancer and it doesn't change you that much. So combine those two examples, and there is some part of your brain, which is probably mostly you.
I'm gonna faint.
There's probably a bunch of it that regulates, you know, like those unconscious things, like the thing that tells your heart to keep beating. You know, the brain stem, I guess, does your reflexes. You know, like when you hit under your kneecap and your knee just like, or your leg just like flops. There's probably an aspect of that. And where was I going with this? Right. So to finally answer your question, yes, I don't believe we currently know what part of the brain it is. And because of the brain's plasticity, I suspect very strongly that it is not the exact same part of the brain in every person. But I do believe there is a part of the brain that you could probably transplant, replace someone else's brain, and effectively it'd be the same thing as doing an entire head transplant. And Hales Carter, you don't trust any Neuralink after Sword Art Online. Well, I'll have you know, I'm a hipster. I haven't trusted any neural link since .hack. If any of you are old enough to get that reference. So it does make sense scientifically that who we are is entirely made up by our brain cells. Well, there is an aspect of we might know what part of the brain generally gives us consciousness, in the sense that if we remove it, or so let's say science probably understands more or less which chunks of the brain you can remove before a person stops working. But science doesn't understand how the parts that work to make someone work actually work, in the sense that they don't understand how you go from a bunch of neurons all electricating together make someone conscious. Unless, of course, we go the solipsist route, which is really, I'm the only one with an experience and everyone else is just an NPC. But if we don't go that route, then science definitely does not understand how to answer that question. Exactly how consciousness arises. Because in the sense that we could program a very complex computer, would that computer end up having some consciousness? We don't know. Because we can't measure from the outside an inner experience. And in fact, it might not be possible until we figure out how to take a bit of someone's brain, transplant it into someone else's brain, and then bring it back out to see if that person who was transplanted in could somehow sort of slurp up the other person's consciousness as they were conscious. But that sounds kind of terrifying, and maybe a really good episode of Black Mirror. Maybe I should start workshopping a script and shopping it around. Who knows? Maybe instead of Yuchi the streamer, I should have been Yuchi the playwright. Okay, Trapper's Cabin, 3 of 3 days. Perfect. Very much so. I'm the main character and everyone else is an NPC. Tend to not get too existential. Yeah, the only risk there is you risk not understanding how people will react to your own actions, unless you choose to believe that they are sufficiently complex as NPCs to the point where it is effectively indistinguishable from them having their own inner consciousness. So at that point, really, the solipsistic route is kind of, it's unscientific
Still eat this.
in the sense that it can't distinguish. Note left behind. Backer 4783, this is our guy. This is our crazy guy. Your father saw this day. Don't believe what you hear. What he did was for a far off dawn. Or maybe this is Alex Jones. Maybe you can recall the fire. Your father understood that we dance in our children's children. My dear, one day you will feel the voices rise in your heart. Enter a cave and stand until stars appear. 4783, this is our crazy guy. That's our madman. And I don't think there's anything else hiding underneath anywhere. Let's just give one last check. Okay, I think we're done here. And 43, we are slowly eating through all this food. Slowly. Okay, so next we head north.
Too heavy.
Let's actually just grab a quick save. So next we head north to the unnamed pond, the pond named the unnamed pond. We check the hunter's blind there, and from there we should be able to go up a kind of valley-looking thing, and that should lead us to the entrance to that fire watchtower. Have you played episode 5 yet, or are you a survival main? Unfortunately, and I'm saying unfortunately because, I don't know, it probably would have been a meme to watch me stumble around. I actually went through all the episodes Carter, before I started streaming. So there's no recording of it. But yes, I have done all the episodes. And then I went through and did a whole long survival thing. And now we're doing challenges. Well, I guess I should explain what's happening. We're doing the Nomad challenge currently, which, if you recall, is we go through to a bunch of different locations and we just sleep on their couches for 3 days before they kick us out. We're basically couch surfing. But yeah, I did go through the episodes. Trying to remember how that went. I guess it was pretty good. Pretty fine. The last episode was strange. And I have some theories that may be better than the game's theories.
Something's gotta go.
But we'll see. You haven't played it yet, you're planning on it soon. I do recommend it. Because it's nice to have objectives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oof, okay, we're safe. 10-second timer before we break a leg. Yeah, so to give you guys the lore, the deep lore, the first time I played this game, I actually started a survival run, actually before the first episode came out, I think. I think I actually died pretty quickly. Let me see if it says. I think there was some information. It might have been before the all-time thing was listed. Yeah, it probably was. But I have, something in the menus tells me, like, I did a survival run a long time ago, and I only survived for like 2 days. And then the first episode came out. I did the first episode, or I did at least most of the first episode. And then I put the game down for like 10 years. And recently this spring, I just came back to it. And coincidentally, this spring is also when episode 5 came out. So I went through all of the episodes. And then I restarted a survival run. And in that survival run, because they added a whole bunch of regions, I went through and basically mapped out, using charcoal, every single region in the game. And now that I finished that, I actually just finished that like 2 weeks ago. We've been doing challenges. So that's the current order of business. We're going down the challenge list. And this is Nomad. I think it's the 5th challenge of 8, if I recall. Ah, so you've been playing through the story again. You just finished Blackrock, so now it's nothing but new content. Yeah, nice. Very nice. I was kind of mad because I had... So, in all of these episodes, you're going to have 1 or 2 places where you put a stash of stuff. And my stash was in the guardhouse at Blackrock. But I'm sure you remember, it doesn't let you go back to the guardhouse. So I was actually extremely concerned that I'd basically be without all of my stuff in episode 5, but, you don't always keep everything. So it turns out it wasn't as bad a thing as it could have been. You think that's your plan too, and you're terrified for the Darkwalker challenge. Well, you know what? You're not the only one. And that's a bear. I really wasn't expecting to see a bear here. This feels a little bit too far north. I know there's a bear spot south of us, closer to the trapper's cabin. But I didn't think there was one in these middle lands. Seeing the bear stuff on TikTok? Yeah, I've been spamming a whole bunch of shorts there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're good. Yeah, let's just say that I've had some interesting experiences with bears. And later today, I'm going to need to... I have... All of the things I've been posting on TikTok have been from almost a month ago. Ooh, hello. Broken arrow, broken arrow. And so I've actually got a whole bunch of stuff that I still need to make into shorts. I've just been procrastinating. Okay. The broken arrow, I think, was probably worth the detour. And now we want to go... I lost track of it. I think we want to go that way, broadly speaking. So let's head out and try to get in front of this bear. Actually, is it that way? One of these valleys, either the valley this way or the valley over that way, one of them leads to the path up to the Firewatch. But I don't remember which. It is something that is questionable. Okay, bear turned around, not our problem. Bear returned around, now our problem. Okay, so he is coming this way, but he's so far away. Surely he'll try to eat one of these deer before he tries to eat us. Yeah, I think we're fine. Even walking kind of slow-ish, I think we're fine. And I think we go up this valley too. Buddy. Somehow, when it comes to bears counter-stalking me, I always get unlucky with where they go. Whoops. Always get a little bit unlucky. But I think we made it away from him. The only thing that could stop us is if the wind decided to blow from in front of us. Yeah, apologize if you show up expecting some bare necessities, but instead there's philosophy. Well, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Because suffering through the philosophy is what makes it so you're less angry about getting attacked by a bear. It makes you think, well, I guess I am getting attacked by a bear, but at least I'm not talking about philosophy anymore. Silver linings and all that. Okay, non-zero probability that there's wolves over here. But I don't hear any and I don't see any. And I'm also pretty sure this is the right way. Yeah, I remember coming through here on the You Hunt the Bear challenge, because the bear ran over that way, and I accidentally came here. So I think if we go to the right, that will lead us exactly where we want to go, but exactly where we want to go might also have wolves. So prepare to blast. It sounds like a baleful awoo, but kind of over that hill, so not our problem. Alright, show me what you got. Blind hill? Blind corner? No problem. That looks like a rabbit, and that looks like a deer. So we should be safe here. Yeah, I think we're alright. You guys would not believe how much trouble I had finding the entrance to this Firewatch tower the first time. Because there's an entire hill surrounding it. I mean, naturally it's at the top of the hill. But it seems a lot like you should be able to get there somewhere from the north side. Because there's like a lot of walkable snow that you can get pretty high up. And there's a couple of sort of rocky hills and ridges on the... If we imagine that north is 12 o'clock, it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position. There's like a ridge that seems like it's going up, but it doesn't go up at all. Secretly, you have to know that through there is the camp office, and that's the railroad right there, that little flat bit. You come through this little pass here, this little... Yeah, where is it? Where's the camp office? Somewhere over there. That might be the top of it. But you have to come through this little valley here and then immediately switch back and come up this hill. It doesn't look like this path over here leads anywhere, because the thing you want to go to is up there. Right? So you think maybe you go this way, maybe you go left and around, because that little valley back up at the hidden river seemed like it was getting higher. But no, you come this way, and then it almost immediately switches back. Yeah, so much stuff is... It's just right there, man. It's just right there, bro. Just take it. Just take a quick hop, skip, and a jump. Yeah, that's an awoo. But yeah, it takes a lot of time to get there, especially when you're so over encumbered by about 10 kilograms worth of junk food. For those of us who are not metric, who are still imperial, like 17 pounds of junk food. So let's see. 1 gram of carbohydrates is supposed to have 4 calories. 1 gram of lipids is supposed to have 9 calories. 1 kilogram of just raw carbohydrates should then be 4,000 calories. If you mix it in with lipids, maybe it's 5,000 calories. Right, if something's kind of fatty or oily, let's say. Beef jerky, for example, should be kind of in the middle. Should be something like probably 5-ish thousand calories per kilogram, but it's only 3,500 calories. Energy bars are 5,000 calories per kilogram. Granola bars, 3,000 calories per kilogram. The weights don't make any sense unless these little aluminum wrappers are the heaviest wrappers you've ever set your eyes on. And I don't mean heavy in the sense of we're talking, you know, modern late 2010s atmosphere talking about, you know, rapping about getting old and our body slowing down and bad things happening in the world. I'm talking about heavy as in metal. But yeah, if you think about it, the trapper's cabin is just like, it's just kind of over there in that direction. Actually, no. No, that's the direction of the camp cabin. With all these switchbacks, it's really easy to get lost for me. That means the trapper's cabin is somewhere... Yeah, if that's the broken thing, it should be somewhere down there. Probably more to the left, though. Because that looks like the hunting blind. Heavy metal is a nice genre. I do not have the ear for heavy metal. For example, I cannot, for the life of me, understand what they're saying, except in the rarest of cases. And it's very hard for me, maybe it's just because, you know, whatever headphones or sound settings I have, it's very hard for me to actually pick out different parts of the melody or different instruments. I can sort of vaguely understand that there are drums happening, but generally it's just loud guitar chords. So unless you've got like some kind of, you know, heavy metal for babies or baby's first heavy metal band to ease me into it, I think it's going to be rough. Because, for example, take rap, for example. You've got different levels of intelligibility of rap. There's the typical pop rappers. I'm talking about like Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, you know, Dre, etc. Basically the people that really got mainstream popularity on one side. Actually, let's not put them in one side. Let's put them in the middle. In the middle. And you've got the... What the hell are they saying? Now there's two different... Aha, flare gun. There's two different types of what the hell they're saying. Finally we have a flare gun. One type is the mumble rap type, which is...
Not gonna be able to carry this load
what the
for
hell
much
are they
longer.
actually saying? More revolver ammunition. We have almost 100 rounds of revolver ammunition. Actually, I probably should have checked. Is this the place we want to be? We are looking for the forestry lookout. Surely this is the forestry lookout. We can probably just rest for a couple of hours and find out. A whetstone. We'll take that. Right, so mumble rapper is on one side of the unintelligible, and then you have the more sort of Midwest chop. So I'm talking about Tech 9, who is more of the other side of... Actually, Tech 9 is surprisingly intelligible considering how fast he raps. But it's too fast for a lot of people to keep up with, unless they've, had a lot of experience listening to that kind of thing. Okay, 2 cedar firewoods. And we can break this down. That should give us enough water to loiter. So that's kind of we've got mumble rap and chop on one side. That's hard to understand. We got the more popular stuff, pop stuff in the middle. And then on the sort of easy to understand for me side, you've got things like, I don't know, have you guys ever heard of hick hop? Like HICKHOP? We're talking about like the Jaja Boys. So it's kind of like a rap hybrid with country. Is, I would say, more on the intelligible side. Just because the enunciation tends to not be too fast. And you've also got, I would say, like Mike Shinoda, when he does rapping, is more on the intelligible side because it's not so fast. The enunciation is good. So for someone who is not a fan of rap, has trouble understanding what's being said and that kind of thing, my recommendation would be to go sort of on the Mike Shinoda / hip hop side of things to ease in, to get used to the whole thing. This is an extremely, extremely long, meandering way of finally getting around to saying there's probably something like that on the metal side. Like you would call it kind of like a light metal, put that in air quotes, because I don't know if it's a real thing, that I believe would probably help someone like me ease into the scene. Yeah, you zone out for a lot of the songs as far as the lyrics are concerned, unless the song's in German.
All right.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you would count Rammstein as metal, especially nowadays, but I love me some Rammstein. Probably a little bit too much. Even their new stuff I'm actually kind of a big fan of, despite it being generally quite far from their techno roots. I wanted to drop the reclaimed wood. Because reclaimed wood is easy to find, but it's trash. Yeah, I would say huge fan of Rammstein, probably starting with Rosenrot. The earlier albums, like, what was the first one? Like Rammstein, and then, what was it, Sehnsucht? That might have been the second one. I don't really remember. But those are a little bit more on the techno side than I prefer.
Feels like a lot of gear.
If I was more concise, I could even clip these diatribes. But I'm not. So you really have to come here for the stream. No one is allowed to like them anymore. Oh, I see. I see how it is. Oh, wait, So I am not sufficiently versed in any kind of music stuff. I had no idea there was any kind of scandal. But now that you say that, I kind of feel like you're obligated to drop the tea. Because now I'm curious. And Sir Cockroachian, aka the artist formerly known as Gengar. A lead singer got accused of SA. So I could see that. His art is quite often phallic focused, isn't it? But at the same time, there's been... So if you remember sort of the Me Too thing that kind of started in the mid-2010s, when it comes to sort of that kind of SA thing, and this is me not knowing anything about this particular accusation, I need to know if there's is it credible? Quite specific and plausible. Yeah, in that case, then yeah, it's not the greatest. Definitely not the greatest. Although it wouldn't really surprise me, because it seems like, and I don't know how recent the act is proposed to be, but it seems like if you're in the music scene in Europe, in particularly that kind of music scene, and you are particularly Till Lindeman's kind of artist, I wouldn't be the most surprised. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to crash on this couch for a long time. Why is there a pregnant man emoji? Because that man has a food baby. That man just ate an entire meatloaf. Alternatively, maybe it's someone in the YouTube emoji team's kink. After all, I'm not here to yuck other people's yums. Unless those yums are yogurt or sour cream, because those are gross. Ah, some delicious man food. Delicious, dusty man food. And what do we drink now? We probably didn't need to eat all that peanut butter.
Not sure what.
I'm not sure it's making me feel so tired. Could it be, Mackenzie, that you've been up for, at this point, almost 24 hours straight? Could it possibly be? What are the chances? Mackenzie's crazy. Crazy in the his brain doesn't work quite the right way. Now, this kind of a Firewatch tower in the middle of a blizzard, in my opinion, is probably one of the coziest things possible in this game. It's either during a blizzard or, and let's reload this, either during a blizzard, or we're holding matches again, or during a sunset or dawn is super cozy. The homunculus is sizzling, but Uncle Ekber needs more RAM. Oh yeah, I did see that link that you sent, Gengar. Take care of some laundry. If you don't get distracted, you may be back. I suppose that's a good thing. Laundry is good, as long as the thing you're laundering is not money. Because if it is, the IRS may want to have a word. But good luck. May all of your clothes be unbled into, and may all of your white clothing not be pink. Alright. 12 hours of solitaire. I feel like there's an Academy Award-winning film that could be named that. But I feel like it may be insensitive. At least a little bit. Aren't beds usually less than 6 Celsius warmth bonus? I thought they were less. Oh, and you know what we can actually do now? Because we have time to burn?
I need something to drink. And soon.
Mackenzie, you have almost 4 liters of water, just full water bottles. Just drink them. We can actually repair this bedroll that we picked up at the camp office. Because we have a ton, and I mean a ton, metric, not imperial, of cloth. The only question, is it too dark to do so? Your cat threw up on your leg. This might be our first failed repair. Yeah, that's not great. 2 in the morning, not great. 2 fails in a row. And of course they're the ones that cost 2 cloth each. Can we keep it going? No. Well, you know what? I've been getting lucky enough with repairing that I'm not super mad at that. So, Cockroach, look at it this way. At least, because the cat threw up on your leg, you knew that it was there and you could clean it up before it dried onto anything. But I think you are, assuming that you were in bed, I think you are going to want to get an enzyme cleaner to take care of that cleaning situation.
You're starting to slow me down.
Because enzyme cleaners, when it comes to certain bodily things are a godsend. I was mixing up godsend and lifesaver. So let's just say I understand your pain. Oh, also, I don't know how accurate this is, but I recently read that one of the things that can lead a cat to perhaps produce certain interior juices to the exterior is if you suddenly change their food from one brand or one flavor to another. So I'm going to be, at least for myself, quite careful in the future to gently and gradually transition things. At least on that front. Okay, forestry lookout, 2 out of 3 days. We need one more day. So again, we're probably going to be leaving in the late evening. Where are we going next, though? So the next spot we need to get to is these two. Either the Quonset Garage or the Abandoned Lookout. They are both in the coastal highway, which is across the ravine, which I'm not looking forward to. Did you see the Resident Evil movie trailer? Is that like a new Resident Evil movie trailer? I might have read an article about it a while ago. But for me, currently, I only know about the Mila Jovovich Resident Evil movies. And I wasn't paying too much attention to the article when I skimmed it. I don't even remember if the article was saying, oh, it's probably going to be good, or oh, it's probably going to be bad. You know what? I have a vague recollection of reading that the director wanted to direct some other movie, but somehow got the Resident Evil IP attached to it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I am a Resident Evil fan. In fact, I loved the games even before I ever played them. A random guy who has to survive Raccoon City, from what I understand. I think that's a good idea. I think not actually following the game and just using the setting is a really good idea because it lets people who are not interested in the game lore or any of that convoluted stuff that it eventually became, and it lets the director really sort of stretch his legs. Those are two very, very different metaphors or images. But I think that's a good choice because it lets the director really just make a solid zombie-themed horror film as opposed to having all of this expectation for, having particular characters or following the game or having particular locations. And if it works well, who knows? Maybe they'll have a sequel that follows more of the games. But I think that sounds like a good idea. We don't need 6 hours. We probably only need 4. Here's the question. Here's the real question. Do we leave today or tomorrow in the morning? We're not so close that we can just pop across the ravine and definitely be across the bridge by dark. But we're also not so far that it's impossible. I'm kind of torn here. How much more time do we need? We need only a couple more hours. Okay, first order business. Let's actually use that whetstone that we just picked up and do some sharpening. Sharpening knives is actually very peaceful. But if you spent an hour on a whetstone sharpening your knife, it feels like you would take off half the blade. It really shouldn't take that long to sharpen. Unless you're just completely doing it wrong. And we can also do the hatchet, can't we? Yeah, let's spend the rest of the afternoon sharpening, and then we can head out in the morning. Because I think the smart move is to hit the abandoned lookout first. Yeah, so we completed the forestry lookout. Let's head out in the morning. What I said before about sharpening for a long time might be a little bit different for a hatchet, just because there's so much metal on the head of it. But 2 hours of sharpening sounds extremely excessive. Okay. And we don't need to harvest. What can we drop? I suppose we should... Well, how many cans are we realistically ever going to continue to open? I suppose there's this man food. But I don't think we need another can opener. Oh, that was pork and beans, not man food. Alright, so here's the plan. We play solitaire for like 7 hours. No, 8 hours. Because that should bring us somewhere near midnight. And I'm hoping we'll also be tired enough to sleep until we can see something in the morning. Delissa bear. Yeah, I think this should do. Is Growler beat? Perhaps Growler bear. Is Growler bear. Or Growler bear if it's a pint of craft beer. Okay, so this blizzard is somewhat unfortunate. I was a bit worried that there would be a blizzard right now. But on the plus side, as long as it doesn't last for too long, I think we're all right. So let's see if we can wait it out for an hour. And maybe another hour. Alright, come on now. This blizzard can't last forever. Alright, show me what you got. Roll me some weather. Okay. I can deal with fog. Especially because we've really just got a whole bunch of railroad to walk down. Alright, let's go. Spider-Man has the worst life in fiction right now. Is that like Miles Morales Spider-Man with respect to the current theatrical releases? Or are we talking comic Spider-Man? Because I haven't really been kept... Oh, Tom Holland? I don't know anything about that. I know less than... Well, maybe not less than nothing. Actually, maybe I know less than nothing. Maybe a good portion of the things that I think I know aren't actually true. So I don't know anything about that. Oh, Tom Holland. Was he in the Odyssey? I think people were giving a lot of the actors in the Odyssey, for lack of a better term, or for lack of perhaps a more pointed term, they were giving them a tough time. Of course, not having seen either the current one or any other rendition, I don't have much of an opinion on it. Okay. He has to fight Sinister Hulk, Scorpion. He's probably turning into Man Spider. Everyone has ever known forgot who he was. And he's broke and his GF is with another dude. Well, talk about rock bottom. That sounds a lot like it must be... Whoops. The second in a trilogy. The second film in a trilogy. It's right after Luke lost his hand from Darth Vader. Spoiler alert, by the way. But yeah, it also sounds like it is some typical alternate reality, alternate universe comic shenanigans. Okay, any wolves? I don't see any. I don't smell any. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're pretty good. And what? 43, yeah. We're alright, and we're not walking too slowly. But yeah, let's just say that from what it sounds like there's only... the only way to go is up. For Spidey. It occurs to me that there have been an extremely large number of Spider-Man movies. After being dead for 5 years, he came back just to see his father figure. Wait, you mean Uncle Ben lived for that long? Oh no, you mean, you're talking about Infinity War. And bro snapping himself out of existence. I didn't actually see Endgame. But I do know, broadly speaking, what happened. But yeah, that is a rough hand to be dealt. All things considered. Some might even call it a villain's hand. I wonder if they'll be thinking about bringing Venom back. What do you think the odds are that we find a wolf somewhere near the bridge over past this bend in the train tracks? I'm going to say pretty good chances. Have you played Brutal Legend? Decapitation! I played Brutal Legend. Hell yeah, I played Brutal Legend. Although, I bet the chances of the answer to that question being yes were pretty low if you just asked that to a random streamer that you didn't know anything about. But it was a long time ago. It must have been 10 years ago I played that. But it was interesting. Actually, you know what? Brutal Legend, minus the fact that it takes a long time to get to it, might be something that I would have someone play to ease them into real-time strategy games. Because it does have a kind of stripped-down version of that near the end. I guess in the second half, more like. Have you adapted to Stair Striker's language? Well, it's been a minute. Sometimes I can catch what he's saying. Sometimes it's a little bit tough. Just because it's ambiguous, there could be more than one thing. So it's hard to be sure exactly what. But yeah, every once in a while I'll understand it. Didn't I just hear a crow? Where'd that crow go? And more importantly, is there a wolf past the bridge? I hope not. It would be a shame to have to put something fluffy down. I didn't know I was slaying hot girls this whole time. Yeah. Yeah, Brutal Legend has actually had some pretty good humor. Which I suppose you'd expect. Wasn't Tim Burton somehow involved in Brutal Legend? No, it wasn't Tim Burton. It was whoever was the designer of Psychonauts, I think. like Double Fine. Wasn't Double Fine the producer? Or the developer? I don't remember which. But yeah, they have a particular sense of humor. It's not super common. And also, I think we are wolfless, which is good. But it can be good. It can be good. Yeah, I think we're safe. Okay, so at this rate, passing through the ravine should be no issue whatsoever. Yeah, I'm actually trying to remember playing Brutal Legend. I remember only a very small number of snippets. And some things I only have kind of a barely even an impression of. One thing I do remember that I just remember that I probably haven't thought of in 10 years is how you eventually go to that cliffside with there's like harpies or
I
something.
need to drop something.
But the cliff, it's all just speakers stacked up into a cliff, and like the harpies live there, and you go there to, I think, recruit a unit or something. Something like that. I remember riding around in the metal mobile a lot. I also remember that there was eventually some of that real-time strategy, like base versus base fighting, but I don't remember exactly how it worked. I do remember you eventually got the ability to sprout wings and fly around very fast, and that was the best way to command the units. But I don't remember, placing buildings or construction buildings or how you would, or even if you would mine resources. But that's just a roadie's way. You're there to facilitate the band, not be in the spotlight yourself. So you just fade away into the background. Somewhat of a poignant ending. We're getting close to the climbing zone that goes down to Bleak Inlet. What do you think the chances are that the rope is there? I think the chances are low that this rock has a rope on it. Yeah, 2%. I would go with a 2% chance. 2% of the time it works every time. Let's see. Show me a bare naked rock. And that's a bare naked rock. I've actually never seen a rope pre-deployed on that rock. I don't know if that means that there are things that are guaranteed to have ropes on them or not, but oh, you know what? There was a body with a backpack over here last time, but I suppose we have a deer this time. We don't need the deer hide, we don't need the gut, we don't need the leather. So let's pass. Minecon 2025 is genuinely hard to watch. Well, it couldn't be harder than Rainforest. Circa 2025. The more you know, the more you know. But it wouldn't surprise me. I am, of course, assuming that it's a Minecraft-focused con, not a mining and resource mineral extraction-focused con. And anything that's as popular as Minecraft is definitely going to attract some cringe. Of course, it is possible that when you say it's hard to watch, you mean because it's so old, it's hard to find a recording, and so it's on the more the lost media side of things than the this is making me feel uncomfortable and I want to leave side of things. I can't tell if the fog is lifting. Delicious, delicious glass of water. Although if you call water delicious, maybe that really just means you need to add a filter to your faucet. It occurs to me, I don't actually know whether water is tasteless. Because how would you really get tasteless water? I suppose if you distilled water into a clean glass bottle, that might be the closest you can get. With a newly produced plastic jug of distilled water being the next best thing. So maybe water does actually have a little bit of a taste. It certainly has a feeling. Oh my goodness, what a picturesque little tunnel. It's the perfect place for a picnic. Where we eat beef jerky and ketchup-flavored potato chips. And we probably drink the rest of, not quite the rest of the water, but it's getting close. Okay, we're only, no, not 13, we're only 8 kilograms overweight. So we walk even faster now. So more philosophy, Cockroach. Is water wet, or does water just make you wet? Now, in my opinion, wetness is the property of having water on your surface. Water being H2O. So H2O is water, and even a single molecule of H2O is water. I would say that water is wet if there is more than one H2O molecule in the same location. And I would say water also makes you wet. So water is not intrinsically wet, but water can be wet. Water, as it would be experienced by humans, is almost always wet. But it need not be. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, now here is the final hurdle. The easiest barbecue sauce recipe. I'm going to ignore that you just said that because I actually need to make sure we don't fall off this train bridge. I am quite worried. Every single time crossing this place, the Raven Falls Trestle. Ravens don't fall because they can fly. It's the Yuchi Falls Trestle, because Yuchi falls off this trestle. At least sometimes. Ooh, can you not be swaying a little bit, and can you not be creaking back and forth? Let's just... It's like ripping off a band-aid. You just have to believe and stop at the right time. You just have to believe and stop at the right time. Okay, and stop. And across. Oop. And believe. Just believe. Okay. Okay, here we go. Alright. Barbecue sauce recipe that's easy. Let's hear it. Found on Instagram just looking on an article. Oh, not found on Instagram. So we did survive, and now you can tell me. First off, is it ketchup-based or is it vinegar-based? Because I feel like an easy ketchup-based sauce would just be something like ketchup, brown sugar, And maybe even just only that. Maybe some like onion powder, garlic powder. Okay, ketchup based. Fair. Begin. I reserve my right to judge it after the fact.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay. I think I know how to get to the abandoned lookout. We're going to stay up in the hills. Okay, guess the first two ingredients. But I'm not sure what else I would put in the rest. Maybe... So ketchup already has salt. The brown sugar adds the sweetness. What else would you want to put in? Maybe... So I would put in garlic powder. Probably some onion powder. And what else to get that smoky flavor? I suppose you could put some liquid smoke in. If not, maybe some A1 steak sauce. Just like a few dashes. But other than that, I don't know what they would put in. Oh, you know what? We are going to need a little bit of fire to boil some water up here. Let's see, what else would I put in? Maybe some soy sauce to get that umami. I would consider putting soy sauce in, but that might make it a little bit too salty. I suppose the brown sugar sweetness could cut the salt a little bit. And then what else? Maybe I would put in some cornstarch to thicken it. The ketchup would probably already do enough, but if it got watered down by, maybe you add a little bit of vinegar, I probably wouldn't in a ketchup base though. But if you add some soy sauce, if it got too watery, I would consider putting in more cornstarch to thicken. Because I do like me a nice gloopy, thick barbecue sauce. Thick with 3 C's. I don't even hear any wolves. Are we going too fast for the wolves to keep up? We might be. This was probably a bad idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I think we definitely would have broken an ankle if we went down the long way. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Okay. 100 grams of ketchup, 3 tablespoons of brown sugar, 1 tablespoon... Yeah, apple cider vinegar is a good idea. Honey is a great idea that I didn't think of. Oh, and you know what? Smoked paprika would be good too. Garlic powder and smoked paprika is what I would do. I wouldn't do regular paprika. In my opinion, regular paprika it leaves something to be desired for the flavor factor. But smoked paprika would be fantastic. And that would even add that liquid smoke, sort of yummy, smoky flavor. Unemployed. That means that you can spend your time cooking. Speaking of which, I should start a bread dough later today. I've been meaning to make a bread dough for a while now, but I haven't gotten around to it. Okay, that awoo is behind us. And hopefully there isn't one in front of us. The outside of the coastal highway is always a lot longer. Everything is always a lot farther away from each other than I expect. I think we might have a ways to walk before we find the Overwatch. The Firewatch, I mean. The Firewatch Overlook. Overlook Firewatch. Grown-ass man, but you think the Angry Birds 3 movie, just being Red raising a family, is very horrible for an Angry Birds movie. Well, it may not have anything to do with the actual Angry Birds game, but again, similar to the Resident Evil movie. It could be that a director just wanted to make a particular kind of movie, so in this case, I suppose some sort of family drama, but was able to acquire the Angry Birds intellectual property to get some more butts in seats. Let's see, Myria Crowley. I'm not entirely sure if that's the proper pronunciation, but it's going pretty all right. This is, except for this ankle that I'm about to break here, been pretty chill. Okay, we found the tiniest little spot we can stand on without breaking an ankle. It's been pretty chill so far. Let's see how the script goes. And safe. Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, if this leads over towards the mine... Up, 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 up! Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up! Okay, we're safe. Okay, yeah, we definitely wanted to come up this way. Definitely wanted to go here. Now, surely we don't need anything in this trailer. Not even the propane. So let's continue going on this way. To get to the Overwatch that we're looking for, one, I would enjoy it to be a lot less foggy. But two, we're going to need to be as high up in the hills as we can get. Because the Overwatch is, wouldn't you know it, high up in the hills. Apparently, given the current fog, up in the Silent Hills. Not so silent with those crows in the background. But I feel like we're about to walk up into Pyramid Head. It's hard to not talk to your cat in a high pitch. That's true. It's true. Some would say, if you're not talking to a cat like it's a cute little baby, you're only talking to yourself. Chill stream is always good. Although some of these challenges have been dragging on a little bit longer than I would have preferred, especially because the menu promises that they've been designed to take 1 to 3 hours to complete. This one's been taking a while. Basically, we've just been couch surfing, going to a bunch of different locations and sleeping for 3 days. The only trouble here is I don't remember any particularly good visual cues that will tell me when to turn off the road and find the Firewatch overlook. But I know it's eventually. The question is, how eventually is eventually? You forgot to start saying the most mind-boggling sentences ever and acting like a normal guy, oh no. Well, I don't know if they boggle the mind so much as they cook the brain. They take the brain, they toss it on a frying pan, and just get a nice good char on the outside there. A nice good char. You know, that Maillard reaction is exactly what you're looking for when you're trying to make something scrumptious. I feel like we don't want to go too far. I feel like if we go down this hill, that will be too far. So let's check for the Overwatch here. And this is not easily walkable, so we'll continue going. Yet again, I always think I've walked much farther than I've actually walked. So I'm always worried about missing something that I've not yet reached. Somewhere on the right here. Maybe even before this big boulder cliff looking thing. Let's see what we can find. This is looking promising. Nice and flat, it seems intended. But it's not that intended. It's not that intended, so let's go back on the road. What kind of game is that? Myra Crowley. Have you ever experienced that is the particularly acquired taste that is the Long Dark? This is the Long Dark. It is a Your Usual Day in Canada simulator, in which Electronics do not work, and you're trapped in the frozen north. And the goal is to not starve, not freeze, and not get nibbled on by some of the local wildlife. I'm not sure if you can hear, but off in the distance we are hearing intermittent awoos of wolves. So if you think of something like a Rust, or an Ark Survival Evolved, or The Forest, those kinds of games where you start with nothing, you have to scavenge and mine, chop trees, and, survive, and then eventually you build and build and build, and end up with like a massive base. Imagine if instead of starting on I'm feeling good about this direction, there it is. Imagine if instead of starting on a completely uninhabited island, you start in kind of a ruined area of rural civilization where electronics do not work, and it's less about researching and recrafting the entirety of civilization and technology, and more about surviving with what little tech you can scavenge that still works. I keep saying when people say they've never played it before, but it's a very contemplative, more on the slow-paced, punctuated by abject terror occasionally. But it's a much more sort of vibey, cozy game. And if it's the kind of thing where you have the itch that it can scratch, it's one of the only things that can scratch that itch. That's a deer noise. Was that a deer noise, or was that... I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. And so now we found our amazing shack that we'll be spending the rest of the 3 days in. Now this rope,
come in handy.
We can actually deploy that here on, where is it? On that climbing rock, which should simplify our process of getting down to the coast, because the next place we want to go to is down on the coast. But first, let's get this man food. Because obviously, this is dog's best friend food. And dog's best friend is man, so it's man food. Okay, well, who is this? Backer 4783. It's the madman again. So I should practice my Alex Jones voice. The most violent storm always begins and ends in a whimper. I have left this place now because the last summer is coming. If you want to find me, I'm paddling across scattered ice to the Arctic sunset. The lights shouldn't be in the sky. It's a dance I don't know. They're turning the frogs dancing. Somehow we must progress from this. In a different age, we walked out on hot sands of the old continent. Now we're here again. The long dark is coming. All these tools will become useless. Take a step. Walk because it's your destiny to make it out here. Oh, man. So just remember, every time you see something contributed by Backer4783, imagine that it was written by someone on payout, and it'll make a lot more sense. Okay, is there anything hiding under the bed? Not really. Oh, there is. What is that? More revolver/rifle ammunition.
This stuff will come in handy.
We now have more than exactly 100 rounds of extra revolver ammunition. This is just unreasonable. And that's a rifle bullet. What type of model is this model? Well, that's the question, isn't it? It's a model-y type of model. Okay, we got the wood. Unfortunately, I was hoping
Starting to weigh me down.
that there would be something better than a potbelly stove here, because the potbelly stoves are hot garbage. They only have one cooking slot, which always makes me cry a little bit inside, because it is half the efficiency to boil water. But if it's what we got, then it's what we got. Okay, we've got plenty of matches, and we have plenty of tenders. Am I a new VTuber? What gave it away? What could possibly have given it away? And we're also getting kind of low on tinder with only a 35% chance to light these things. But yeah, so to answer the questions, the model is something I threw together and will eventually be... There are some changes that I want to make to it. Probably when I finish these challenges, I'll do a stream or two that will be doing Blender and fixing some things in the model, maybe upgrading some things. Maybe finally actually giving it a texture instead of having it just be the white default.
Turned out pretty well.
But I put it together myself, which is why it looks so, as I say, scuffed. Okay, only 2 hours of burn time. That's not a lot of water to get. Retreat to the vertical stream, turning into an undescribable creature on the horizontal one. Now, is that because the bitrate is choking? Because it might be because the bitrate is choking. Yeah, so part of this is like the hobby aspect of it. And so I kind of enjoy putting things together by hand and being able to say, hey, yes, I made this. I am the one who's the reason why this looks so bad. Gengar, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you. It occurs to me that we can't actually use this mountaineering rope because we're going to be over encumbered, so we will be going around the long way. Okay, we're passing time. Time is passing us by. We don't want to cook. We need probably 2 more liters of water. And eventually the fog will break and we'll actually have kind of a nice view from here. Do I do collabs? I don't know how to do a collab. So the answer to that question is no, but not because I'm against them in principle. It just kind of happened that way. Okay, and now let's finish up with this water. I mean, I don't know. If you have any ideas, I wouldn't necessarily be against it. And that sounds like a blizzard. But at least for now, for the immediate future, I've kind of got a plan to go through these challenges. So, like I said, this game it's like a survival game. There's sort of 3 different modes. They did put out an episodic campaign, and I've done that. There's an open-ended survival mode where you just kind of live for as long as you can try to, and I've sort of done that for a while. And now there's these challenges, and I'm going through the challenges and finishing those. And it's sort of like the last thing that I need to do to be able to say I've kind of done everything in the base game here. And so I'm more than halfway through the challenges, and I think it shouldn't take too much longer to go through those. But if you have... Oh, what the hell was that noise? Oh, a badge. What badge? I don't recognize that badge. Can you tell me what badge that is? Maybe it'd be here? So one of the things that is unfortunate is that I've not actually set up a Discord yet. So I don't have one of those. So to answer the question, can we talk on Discord? No, we can't because I don't have Discord. Where can I find information about one of these badges? B is for badges. Well, I guess somewhere else, probably in the main menu. At any rate, for now. Oh yeah, we can finally see out into the bay here. Yeah. Man, I love this region so much. It's the first region I remember playing on. It's the one I spent a lot of time the first time I did the survival mode. I say a lot of time. I think it was probably only a few days before I died. And it's spent a lot of time on the recent survival mode. It's so nice. It's just so nice. It feels very cozy. It gives me that log cabin, like you're actually in a log cabin in Pennsylvania vibes. Let's eat some food. Let's snack on some granola bars. Finally we are diversifying our diet. After days and days and days of just eating chips and soda, we can finally have something that won't give us the runs. Okay, so do we have anything to repair? Anything to fix? I think our clothes are still very good. And we also don't have a huge... Ah, we need to fix the ski gloves. We don't have a huge amount of cloth, but I think we do need to fix the ski gloves. So let's work on that first. Okay, in fact, we only had the one cloth. And we could deal with fixing the ski gloves one more time. And in fact, if we break this guy down, we will get the cloth to do just that. I also hear the clopping of deer hooves out there. We're not going to need the wood. And what else did we pick up? I don't remember. What else was there? It was reclaimed wood, it was cloth, tinder. I guess we kind of need the tinder, because we're getting low on cattail plugs. Alright. Fix our gloves. And I suppose we can also drop this guy here. Actions, repair. Fingers crossed. And... nice. So, Myri Crowley. I said I don't have a Discord yet. So, unfortunately, that is not a viable method of communication for me. Bandages are fine. Surely we don't need all this medical. Especially not all these painkillers. Like I said before, who am I? Gregory House? Anything to drop here? No, we're wearing everything. Food-wise, that's fine. Okay, now I think we start playing cards and napping. Playing cards and giving it a nice little snooze. The best of snoozes. Flip, 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 flip. Yeah, like I said before, it's kind of annoying how long it takes to just pass the time. But when something happens and you want to stop passing the time, it's really vital that it's not immediate. Okay, I think that puts us to something like our first day. Probably a little bit more than the first day. Delicious. So many chips. Crunchy, tangy, and ketchup flavored with a salty punch that will make you thirsty. Canadian classic. Alright. And now, we sleep until morn. M-O-R-N, not M-O-U-R-N. Let's eat some of these cans. Because the cans are usually much heavier than they're worth calorie-wise. Especially the tomato soup. Delicioso. Oh, so delicioso. But you know what? I think I forgot to pick up a storm lantern. Oh well. There is one mine we have to either stay for a while in, or at least travel through. And I'm pretty sure I know where it is. At least, I hope it's not the mine that's in the middle of the bay here. Because that would be a little bit inconvenient. It might be. I think we should check. We should probably check. Checking sounds like it would be a good idea. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we slept right through dusk. A little bit unfortunate. But as always, not the end of the world. We'll eat this dusty man food. And we'll continue on the tater chips. Now, that is... The food is dusty. It's not the man that is dusty. Past time for 6, and then we can sleep until midday. That's one of the things about the English language. When you have a bunch of adjectives, and some of those adjectives are also nouns, it's not always clear how they mix. We got the chippage. Okay. We're slurping over here. How long have we been here? Like at least a day and a half, right? Where are we looking for? Where is it? Abandoned lookout. Okay, we actually only need about 8 more hours, which will put us into early night, unfortunately. So we're waiting till morning. And to get there, we can pass time for 12. That'll put us to midnight, and then we should be able to sleep until dawn. That should do nicely. Flippity flip, flip, flip. All right, come on, come on. It's dark, it's dark. You can just nap now. Just do it. Do it. Do it now. In the words of Arnold. That might be a little bit aggressive sleeping when we're starting out that thirsty. But I guess everything worked out. Okay, first order of business. Get down as low as we can. In other words, Shorty is going to get low, 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 low. Next order of business is we want to find the logging, the log sort, because the log sort is my point of reference for finding that cave, or not cave, there's like a mine in the hill just above the log sort. Okay, we are probably pretty good to go. How are we on things we can drop? Here we go. All right, and now we're only 7 kilograms overweight. Oh, that's windy as you know what. Very windy. Windy as one of the protagonists of Peter Pan. Now, what's the easiest way to get down? The easiest way to get down would be to climb down there. But I couldn't bear to drop what we would need to drop to do that. So I suppose we'll go around the slightly longer way. But do we turn right here or do we turn left? Left is a sure thing. I think we're all right to turn right. It's not like we are on a time crunch. Food-wise, weather-wise, or really any gauge-wise. Just need to be careful not staying on a... Ooh, that looks a little bit steep. But can we get down in 10 seconds? I think we can. Unless there's a better way. Please let me off the steepness. Okay. This might be a little bit sketchy. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not as bad as expected. As long as we can find a spot here to stand. Alright, and now... Yeah, this should be fine. Hoppity hop hop hop. Just need to find somewhere that's flat. Come on now, there we go. Okay, and now we're practically all the way down already. A little bit of hop, skipping, and jumping. I was hoping this wouldn't be as far. Woof. 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 I guess I was kind of expecting that. Can I please not get on something that's... But again, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. In fact, the worst thing that happened just now is clothing damage. And what got damaged? I guess the hat and the... It wasn't very far, so I suppose we didn't take much damage. I feel like I've actually fallen down there before and taken damage, so I should have known better. Okay. A couple of cabins, don't need them. Don't need a single cabin in all the land. Okay, let's go down. It's very nice being able to cut through all these switchbacks. Otherwise, they're a little bit much to go back and forth across. Okay, log sort's over there, so we want to go down and right. The garage is for sure to the left from here. But I just want to I want to verify. I want to verify that the mine above the log sort is not what we're looking for. Is not, what's it called? It's called the Cinder Hills Coal Mine. I'm pretty sure the Cinder Hills Coal Mine leads to Desolation Point. But it's better safe. It's better safe than going all the way over to the next region and needing to come back. Okay, looking good. Looking good in the hood. Well, I suppose it's not the hood anymore because we're not wearing a cowl. We're wearing a balaclava and a rabbit skin cap. Davy Crockett would be proud. Yeah, there it is. We'll just hop inside, see what it calls the location, and if it's not Cinder Hills Coal Mine, we're out of here. And we'll head over to the garage. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Doesn't this mine start with an L or something? I actually don't remember.
Too much
Let's
stuff
see.
to carry.
What do you say? You are just the abandoned mine, so that is not useful. Unless you've got something nice here. I would take a storm lantern if you have it. I don't think they have it here. Alright. So, not our problem. And we can just follow the road to the garage. It's probably a little bit of a ways, though. Just the tiniest of smidges. The upside is it should also be pretty uneventful. The downside is there's a non-zero chance that there's a wolf pack inhabiting the town that the garage is in. The other upside is we have lots of guns. Lots of guns. Lots of guns and plenty of ammo to feed it. Feed them, I suppose.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
No, you're not. Leave no item behind, Mackenzie. We're the Loot Goblin Marines. Now, I do hear a baleful awoo back up in those hills. It's probably for the best that we went basically straight downhill as opposed to following the road. See if we can see anything on the inside of this car. Again, not that we need anything, and that is a bear. Never seen him that close to the town. Got anything? Another revolver in the car. I have never seen a revolver.
I might need to defend myself.
I've never seen a revolver inside a car. The more you know. Well, let's see if it's got anything. This is a promising enough car that we ought at least check the rest of it. Matches. And how about the trunk? Not bad. Definitely not bad. Although, how much do we need 2 revolvers, really? Suppose it did have 1 bullet in it. And Winnie the Pooh, I've never actually seen this far over here on the coast. I almost always only see him around by his cave on the ice over there, in the houses across the bay, and sometimes he walks around the road on the edge here. But not this far. Usually he cuts back to his cave much earlier than this. Here's the town. That sign ought to be where our garage is. Hopefully Winnie the Pooh doesn't appear over the hill to the right. If he does, that would be a problem. But certainly he was far enough away to not be an issue. Yeah, I think I saw him over there just now. I think we're all right. I think. I hope. Don't poke your little snout up. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. And that's a deer, so we should be safe here. Ooh. He's closer than I thought. I hear his paw pads already, and his snuffling. Okay, but I think we should be safe. Let's see where he comes from. Almost certain I heard bear over them hills. Certainly. Surely. You know, I really don't need to be poking the bear like this. But you know what they say. About curiosity doing things to felines. Okay, there he is. So he probably did come up here and he just decided to go the other way. I'm not mad at it. Definitely not mad at it. Live and let live, right? Okay, with any luck there's going to be enough water here that we don't need to burn any. Well, boil any. How does one burn water, I wonder?
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, so what I'm interested in is not dusting sulfur, because we are going to find exactly 0 ammunition workbenches. I'm interested in condensed milk, yes. Tomato soup, yes. Pork and beans, not really. Soda, yes. Sardines, yes. I would also be interested in storm lantern. Energy drink, we'll take it. All these sodas, we'll take them. With all these sodas, we might not need water. Another bedroll. Ours is better. I think, probably. Windbreaker, don't need it. Don't need it. Jerky, jerky, jerky. Ketchup chips. Energy drink. This is actually not a bad haul for this garage. Just make sure we don't miss anything useful. Like these flares. $100 matches. I think we're alright to use some. Hacksaw, don't need it.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Consider taking the jerry can. That's a lot of fuel in that jerry can. 2.85 liters? I don't know if I've ever seen so many. But I'll consider taking the jerry can, if only to make some torches. Don't need them.
Is it food or?
It is food, Mackenzie. What do you think a chocolate bar is? More lantern fuel. We just need a couple of sticks and some cloth and we'll be able to make... You know what? I think I forgot we can use that windbreaker for cloth. Yep, force.
Could end up being
Flare shell. Not bad. Not bad. Show me like a sock or something. Surely Canadians have socks, right? Actually, speaking of Canadians having socks, okay, we did find one single other pair of underwear
Never would have thought to look here.
in this entire country. A revolver cartridge. And more grape soda. I wonder if the people who worked here had something against orange soda. Although I suppose there were some inside the... I don't know, cooler? Not a cooler. What is that? The vending machine looking things. Ah, a rifle cartridge. Randomly, sitting on a table. And only one. Makes me a little worried. Note left behind, 644 backer. 2 more blah 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 blah. Probably for the best since everyone's so paranoid. Well, I guess they done or passed themselves. Or life of pied themselves, as the case may be. Alright, anything under the bed? Yes. A shell casing. Which is also somewhat concerning as to find. Ooh, more shell casings. Wait a second. A bunch of shell casings used inside a note saying people were starting to get paranoid. I wonder what happened here. Okay, I think... Oh, we forgot these drawers. I think because of all the soda, we should be fine on water. Let's not worry about anything on that side of stuff. Scrap metal, don't need it. Pry bar, don't need it. Whetstone, don't need it. Okay. So it begins. The great napping of our time. First off, I suppose we could unload this. And then drop it. Second of all, yo buddy, can I sleep on your couch? Just take a quick couch nap. Maybe a not so quick couch nap. Man. Flip, 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 flip. It wouldn't make much sense from a design perspective, but it would be convenient if this particular challenge had a speed forward the past time. But I think in general that wouldn't be a good thing to add to the game. No one's gotten sick from rusty condensed milk, right? Surely it's not something that could happen. Oops. Misclicked that one. Oh, and you know what? I need to remember to drink soda first, because if we get hungry, kind of wasting the soda calories if we drink them when we can't fill our belly a little bit more. All right, this should be almost day one. Let's get to day 1.5. Pretty chill. Just a little bit chill. Slightly chill. Slightly chilled. As if you had poured it over the rocks and then strained it. And now we dehydrate. We dehydrate if only to rehydrate later. Soda first. Orange soda first. And then grape soda first. Yeah, orange soda, grape soda, and Sprite. Breakfast of champions. It does appear that the calorie to drink ratio for soda is pretty good for just waiting or sleeping. Seems to be about right, maybe a little bit too few calories. All right, soda before bed. Soda for before bed, and of course, that has never led to weird dreams. And I think this should put us into day 3. So finished 2 days should be day 3 now. Day 3. Dawn of the 3rd day. 12 hours remain. Okay, let's check. We are in the Quonset garage. 2.2 days. Yeah, one more day. Most of one anyway. Soda's never made anyone sick. Don't lie to me. So pass the time for 12 hours. And that means we need 0.3 of a day. 0.3 of a day is probably about 6 hours. Which would mean we should be something like either... We will sleep for 6 hours after this. We'll either wake up in the late morning or the early afternoon. I think late morning is more likely at this rate. Maybe sometime around noon. It'll be almost noon when we wake up.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Bear Grylls was watching Sir Cockroachian's posts. And it did make him crazy. What are we carrying that's so heavy? Did we really pick up so much stuff? So much other food? I didn't realize. Any other junk? I guess, yeah, there were definitely a couple of flares. A couple other things, I suppose. Okay. Yeah. Sleeper 6. 7 if we can do it. 7 if we can swing it. Can we check the time? Yep. Location complete. Fantastic. This should be enough water to get us to the next location. but it's not going to be enough for us to stay at the next location. The upside, the next location probably has a bunch of firewood around it. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Hope there's no bear
Too
nearby.
heavy.
Or a moose. I wouldn't like a moose either. I think we're good. So we just pretty much follow the road all the way there, is how it's going to work. What do we have? Camp office done. Trapper's cabin done. Forestry lookout done. Upper dam done. Barn. Radio shack. Skeeters. Rural store done. Quonset garage. Abandoned lookout done. Mountaineer's hut done. Lonely lighthouse and stone church are all the way over in Desolation Point. Between us and Desolation Point is the crumbling highway. And that has the basement, and I believe the Cinder Hills coal mine as well. At least, I'm going to be pretty mad if this isn't the Cinder Hills coal mine that connects the crumbling highway over to Desolation Point. Because if it's not that, then that means it's probably the mine that connects this location up north to Pleasant Valley. Oh, I never knew there was a house there. Huh. That could be a pretty cute spot. Oh, you know what? I actually did. I'm almost certain I have a memory of going to that house the first time I ever played survival mode in this region. I might have even spawned there. But that is a very old, very unreliable memory. I may have just passed by it when I was looting everything. Yep, we still got our pack of wolves over in the ice. I can see them over there. There shouldn't be any packs of wolves on our way over to the next region. There may be a pack of wolves sharking around the actual basement, though. So the only thing to worry about here is if the bear has come over. Because the bear could be kind of behind that rock. But if we can see it on the ice somewhere, which is going to be a little bit hard with all that fog, we would be able to confirm safety. But I don't think we can confirm safety. And in that case, caution is the word of the day. I'll just do a quick tab. A and a but. Okay. Oh, hold on. Something's broken. Something terrible is broken. Maybe not so terrible, but I think I can fix it. Click you, and click you. And hopefully that fixes things. I think, question mark? Let's try a refresh. Because sometimes you just need to freshen up. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So let's try a test. Okay, so that did show up. Something might have been broken. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Actually, I ought to check the, what is this called? This is called the task manager. Yeah, there we go. And show me this. Okay. And let's keep that on the side there. And then let's put you in front. ordering all of my windows very carefully. Very, very carefully. Davey, welcome. Have you ever been eaten by a bear? I haven't either. We're doing pretty good. The question is, are we human or are we dancing? I don't know if you're a fan of The Long Dark, but we're doing a challenge where we're walking around and sleeping on other people's couches. It's the couch surfing challenge. And we're getting close to the end of it. We're most of the way through. Most of the way. And I can only think of a handful of places where we risk having tiny little mouth knives inserted into our tender flesh. And this is one of those locations, because there could be a bear around here. I don't hear anything. Usually you can hear them walking or snorting before you see them. But I don't always get so lucky. And I don't like all these blind corners and blind hills we're walking over, because you never know when a bear will be on the other side. Stream's going pretty well. Pretty well, in my opinion. But then, who can really judge, right? Who can say? Okay, yeah, so basically what I'm doing right now is just following the road. This is the typical state of repair that you would find a Canadian road in. Snow-covered, eventually running into some kind of a rock slide or a landslide. It's not unusual. Similarly to when Lewis and Clark were exploring the Louisiana Purchase, sometimes when the road stops and you need to go to another road, you have to get out of your car, you pick it up, you hold it over your head, and you drag it to the next road over. And then you continue in your car. With Lewis and Clark, it was a canoe or other boats. Here, it's cars. Some people don't have, they skip leg day, so they don't have the strength and they have to leave their car behind. Like this poor sap. Oh, that's actually a pretty good piece of clothing. We already actually have one. I think the parka is better for the outside. Yeah, so if you imagine, I'm sure you've heard of or know of games like Ark Survival Evolved, Rust, The Forest, those kinds of things where it basically plops you in the middle of a deserted island and you have to scavenge resources, you know, research technology, and you keep making better and better technology. This game is like the winter version of that, but it's more focused on, so it's the winter version of that, but imagine that you couldn't really research or do much more than extremely rudimentary crafting. It's much more of a focus on scavenging what you can for what's left of civilization. Because the idea is basically something terrible happened and everything that's electronic broke and you were stuck in the Canadian wilderness up north when that happened. We do need some sticks. So as opposed to sticks and firewood, as opposed to a bunch of, you know, dinosaurs being the threat, the biggest threat is running out of food and water, freezing to death, and wolves, bears, and moose are really the things that will get you. I say that as if I've died from any of those things, but secretly the biggest threat is falling off of bridges. It's actually what you really need to be worried about. But what I'm currently doing right now is a challenge mode, a couch surfing challenge, where we go to a handful of locations and sleep in each one of them for 3 days. Which requires a little bit of preparation to do, but because we used our big brain when we were getting ready in the beginning, it's not too bad. It's not too bad because we have a bunch of potato chips, crackers, and beef jerky. And so we can just go and sleep and basically eat junk food for as long as we want. Assuming, of course, and give me that wood, assuming, of course, that we have water. But we can boil water. And we only really need about 4 liters of water. Although, it wouldn't hurt to boil some extra, I think. Might as well start... we can use the... I love using the magnifying lens. It's absolutely superfluous and unnecessary to use it right now. But I'd like using it when we can. And also, thanks. Can you tell? I made it myself. That's why it looks so janky. Alright, burn, baby, burn. Pretend we're playing with ants. Burning some ants. Okay. That did indeed do it. Toss, we did not want to do that. We did not want to do that. We want to add you back. Add you. An hour. That is not a lot of time. But we can get 1 liter started. And we can also look for some more firewood. Is this scrub brush? It's not a scrub brush. I would like to find a scrub brush. Like this? No. I could do a full limb as well. I would like some more wood to burn, please. Can the game be nice enough to give me some wood to burn?
I'm not sure I can carry.
The answer is
much more.
usually no, but sometimes, in the corners here, sometimes the answer is yes. What have we got? Anything over here? I guess we just have a bunch of junk reclaimed wood. It's not the worst thing in the world to find, but it's also not particularly useful right now because it doesn't have very good burn time.
So keep the lamp burning.
Besides this game, what do I play? So currently, I actually don't play anything other than this. But I'm getting to the point where I will almost be able to say that I've seen everything this game has to show. And at that point, I think I'll move on to something like, I don't know, a Project Zomboid or something else. Maybe a short indie game to be an interstitial little thing to play. You in 43 minutes. How much fuel do we have? Hour and 40. We could probably get, yeah, another 1.5 liters per pot here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you have any suggestions, but it just sort of ended up that way. Initially, I was just going to play a little bit of the survival mode. I ended up surveying the entire world map. And now we're here. Did I try Pal World? You know, I haven't. And that might be a likely candidate.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Let's toss the bedroll down, and now we start couch surfing. It's passing time. Yeah, fun with friends. It doesn't sound like a bad idea. I've actually been following it since one of the earlier trailers that they released, where it's, you know, cute little Pokemon, and then showing Pokemon like working at an ammunition factory. Pokemon with a Gatling gun. Completely silly. But at least as far as a premise is concerned, pretty fun. Okay, do we have anything to drink other than this water? Not really. So observe this. This is the Iron Man appetite, the Iron Man diet. We're eating just bags of ketchup chips. If you're Canadian, you'll understand. Extremely healthy. The healthiest thing you'll ever see. and I won't take no for an answer. So basically the idea is we are in this particular location, and it is one of these 15 locations on the right here. And we need to sleep here for 3 days, more or less. So spend 3 days at each location listed in the journal. This is Crumbling Highway Basement. We've already spent 7/10 of a day here. The unfortunate part is once we get here, because we have all the stuff we need to just stay here, it is a little bit boring to just pass the time. Just a smidge. I guess now would be a good time to remind everybody to hydrate. I could boil some tea, but I just drank a glass of water, so let's maybe give that a miss. Outside of streaming, what do you usually do hobby-wise? Well, I go to the library and I read books. That's a nice thing. I pet cats. And sometimes, rarely, I do a smidge of 3D modeling. Not well, mind you, not well. But well enough to get this working. At least that's enough for me so far. And there is a rock climbing gym I've been meaning to get over to, but I haven't made it there quite yet. One of these days, I'll ruin my fingertips. Get some calluses, some upper body strength. One of these days. Maybe one of these days when it's a little cooler outside. Do I watch anime? Recently? No. Recently I have not watched anime.
I'm gonna faint.
But I have watched a few anime in my time. So, unless what you're talking about is quite recent, I might know about it. It's possible. I don't guarantee it, but it's possible. And part of the reason why I don't really watch it anymore is I don't watch much TV. And so it's just an issue of there's not all that much opportunity. We've been here for almost 2 days. I don't know, what's the new hotness? I did hear people saying good things about the new, a recent anime, which is basically drug addicts, but with cat girls. I suppose that resonates. All right, flippity dip, dip, dip. Now we slurp up a whole bunch more water. And we eat even more, what is this? Stale granola bars, delicious. Although it's probably an upgrade to what we usually eat. Our nutrition is looking up. Okay, we have, how much time do we have left? Okay, a little bit more than half a day. So let's start with, yeah, we should probably leave at noon. Let's start with a 3-hour chill. And then we can try to sleep until around noon. Maybe we'll chill for 1 more hour. And then we sleep until noon, which is a totally normal time to wake up. And I think that should almost do it. If it doesn't do it completely, it'll almost do it. All right, show me what you got. What do we have? 2.8, so we do need a few more hours, actually. But yet again, not the end of the world. That already happened. Crunchy, crunchy granola bar. You stream for fun or trying to become a full-time? Pretty much for fun. Pretty much on the hobby side of things. Well, there's actually two reasons. One, it's kind of fun. And two, I wanted to practice playing a game and talking at the same time. Because usually I'm not very good at that. Probably only needed to sleep for 1 hour. And as you can tell, my brain does need to buffer between things that I say. Really? Didn't get... I think we are very close. I think we're very close to spending our time in here. Kind of wish we had a little bit more water, just because that would mean we don't have to make more water at the next place. I guess we'll... There we go. Okay, nailed it. Let's pick up, let's leave.
This gear's starting to slow
So you know what we'll do first? Because we're going somewhere dark, let's actually make a torch. Yeah. Okay. We'll make a torch. We'll head over east towards the mine. At least I hope it's the mine. And we'll be prepared, Parabellum, just in case there's anything fluffy along the way. Because usually in this game, fluffy things try to nibble you. And getting nibbled with tiny little mouth knives is not the most pleasant experience. Is not the most pleasant experience at all. So let's just keep an eye out. There's a bunch of trees that Buddy can be hiding behind. There's a bunch of hills Buddy can be hiding over. Oh, you know what? I forgot we picked up a chunk of coal. We could have put that coal on the fire and gotten a little bit more water. Well, I suppose it's a bit late for that now. I think we might have lucked out. Okay, here, let's... Quick detour, quick in and out. We'll check the cave. There should be some firewood we can take. We just need 1 or 2 little chunks of firewood. But it seems like instead of firewood, there's just a dead person. Does the dead person have firewood? No. No, he does not. So that was a bust. I could have sworn I just heard an awoo in the direction that we're trying to go. Don't quote me on that, but I thought I did. Oh, yep. Oh man, he saw us? Let's see. Do we give peace a chance? I think we try to give peace a chance. Here's what we do. We loop a little bit around back this way. We loop just a little bit around back this way. If he follows us, and there's an open enough area, we can just kind of walk around him. Am I an artist? I suppose you could say, yeah, I am an artist. An artiste. Wait, did we lose him? I think we might have lost him already. I don't know how that works. But I'm a little bit worried now, because I lost track of him. Let's try to get around to the right. And one more stick. Where is Buddy? Okay, there's Buddy, and he just gave out an awoo. If he goes left, we can get past him. If he continues right, we're going to have a problem. And he saw us again. Is he going to go left? Is, which means we can go right. And hopefully not break an ankle. If we're lucky, he'll even go and hunt one of those rabbits instead of us. I think he's right underneath that tree branch. Oh, buddy, why are you chasing me? There's some juicy rabbits right over there. Go and eat them. The rabbits don't have a gun. Why would you chase me when the rabbits don't have a gun? Okay, at any rate, I think we should be okay to get away from him. I hope. As long as I don't get stuck anywhere. It wouldn't be the first time, but I think we can maybe go up this hill. Yeah, this is looking promising. Okay, I think we made it. Now, the next thing that needs to happen is I need to go inside this mine, and it needs to say Cinder Hills Coal Mine. Ooh, some panels, emote, banner, etc. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Okay, Buddy saw us again. No, where's Buddy going? He's coming this way. Where's he going? What is Buddy doing? Surely he's not coming this way. But where else could he be going? I guess he's hunting rabbits. Well, at least as far as those things are concerned, I think I would try to put them together myself. Maybe in between this game and the next game when I fix some stuff on the muzzle here.
Starting to weigh me down.
Okay, please say it. Number 3 coal mine. Damn. That's a problem. Or is it a problem? Hold on. Hold on. No. I thought that this was supposed to be the Cinder Hills coal mine, but there's also another mine in the next region. That might be the Cinder Hills coal mine. Let's head over there and see what it says. God, I really hope it is. I really hope it is. Okay, so this is exactly why we made this torch. So, light you, and this should bring us through. A little bit spooky, but there shouldn't be anything scary. Ah, you're an artist. So the easiest way for me to sort of, I guess, see things, you should be able to find me on Twitter with the same username. So I guess just, send me a message there, and one day, eventually, I don't always remember, when I'm on Twitter, I'll go and I'll see it. And I'll, I guess, take a peek at your profile and see what's up. But, unless it's like Mona Lisa level stuff, I'm probably going to want to try myself first. But we'll see. We shall see. Okay, so if I remember, this should be a room, and this means we're about halfway through the mine. It's not worth much around here. I will take the water, though. The water's going to make our life easier. We might as well check just to make sure there's nothing nice to loot to miss. For example, the random rifle cartridge. Don't need the coal. Another random rifle cartridge that I didn't see. And even more revolver ammunition. We have more than 100 rounds of revolver ammunition. This is absolutely unreasonable. Alright. Let's see if this guy has anything. Another goddamn pry bar. Pry bars haunt me in these challenges. That guy's got a decent game on his phone. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. It doesn't hurt to look. Alright, and now we should be almost to the exit. Well, I say almost to the exit. It's... Again, it feels like I always walk not as far as I think I walk. So maybe we're not quite almost to the exit. But this should be the final stretch. Let me not oversell it. Oversell, undersell, what have you, what have me. Okay, here we go. This is the place that we want to see. And what have we got? We'll take this newspaper. We'll take these revolver cartridges. I doubt we're going to run into any wolves on our way to the next place. Another pry bar. You've got to be kidding me. I will take that cloth, though. Oh, man. I feel like there must have been something like...
I can barely walk with this much gear.
between 5 and 10 pry bars that we've seen. Just on this one challenge run. The previous challenge run definitely saw at least 10 pry bars. And that was before we even found a hatchet. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, on the off chance that there are wolves... we'll just be prepared for them. The off chance or the on chance. It's dusk. Supposedly nighttime according to the watch. We should be able to get to the mine. We hug the cliff on the left here. It'll go up and over. As long as there's no wolf already loitering up there, we're going to have no problem getting to the mine. But sometimes there is a wolf over there. That's a weird noise. Sometimes there's only a handful of different kinds of birds that you actually... What is that? Is that hay or are those arrows? It's just hay. Unfortunate. That was disappointing. There's a bunch of bird noises that you might hear occasionally in the background here. But you only ever really see crows and sometimes these tiny little birds hopping around on one of the episode maps. But I haven't heard an awoo here. We should be safe. I keep saying that. I should not keep saying that. But I am feeling at least moderately confident. That we can at least get to the mine before anything finds us. Okay, last hill and the mine should be right down here. Again, we're looking for Cinder Hills Coal Mine. I also definitely heard an awoo over in this direction on the road. And a bark too. Yeah. Buddy's getting hunted. Well, that's the circle of life. It's not my problem. Although... Is it not my problem? We have more than 100 rounds of revolver ammunition. It would be a shame to not use any of it. But at the same time... feels kind of rude. Okay, show me what I want to see. First off, the entrance. Second off, show me something that says Cinder Hills Coal Mine. Please, for the love of baby Jesus.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Abandoned mine number 5. Damn. That means the Cinder Hills Coal Mine is not here. Now, where's the exit, though? Okay, so that means the Cinder Hills Coal Mine is actually way back in the other region. That's frustrating. It did say Cinder Hills Coal Mine, right? Cinder Hills Coal Mine. How could they... This just makes me angry. How could they sort everything together except for the Cinder Hills Coal Mine? They put that in the wrong spot. It's not even alphabetical. All right, here's the plan. We head up to the stone church. That's just up this way. We might need to start blasting. We'll drop a bunch of stuff here, except for food and maybe water. And also, I don't know where this wolf teleported to, but I suppose he finished eating. We'll drop a bunch of stuff at the mine up here. Not the mine, the church. And we'll have to run all the way back. All the way back.
This gear is slowing me down.
To the Cinder Hills coal mine. And sleep there for 3 days. God, that's frustrating. You see, that is the worst part of either design or the kind of mistake you can have. Something that is informative or does something, but only sometimes. The grouping of the nearby locations tells you what's in the same location, but only sometimes. Absolutely frustrating. Okay, but we had to stay here for a while anyway. This should be the stone church. If it's not the stone church, I'm going to be furious. But it should be the stone church. That's not a wolf. No, that's a rabbit. Okay, we should be pretty safe from wolves on account of all the rabbits that are around here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick up this condensed milk. We're going to check this dude for any hashtag swag.
This stuff will come in handy.
And we're going to start a fire. Too close to another object. What are you talking about, bud? Okay, come on. You're not seriously still too close to another object. This is just unreasonable. I guess let's chop these planks up. Whoops. You can't seriously still be too close to another object. There's no objects here. Absolutely ridiculous. There are no objects to be too close to. I suppose it just doesn't want us to put it on the ground. So we put it on what? Some of this snowbank? It's a little bit silly. Just a little bit silly. But I suppose if that's how it's got to be, that's how it's got to be. Let's start this fire, and then we'll get some water boiling.
Come on.
Of course it fails. Always fails the first time. Cattail, stick. We'll do the stick. Show me some love. Give me some sugar. I am your neighbor.
Come on.
Alright, looking good. Add fuel.
Turned out pretty well.
Thought I had more coal than that. Alright. Fire starting novice. Finally. We can get 4 liters out of this. Okay. So let's let that do its thing. Let's avoid the 4% rusty condensed milk, because it might actually make us sick. Okay. And while this water is boiling, I think this is probably a pretty good time for a stretch break. So let's take a few minutes while this boils. You know, do a stretch, get the blood pumping, walk a little bit, do some pull-ups maybe, hydrate, rehydrate, what have you. And or watch and see if the model spazzes as I stand up. And we're back with now, I guess, 100% more cap. Alright, so this is still boiling, huh? Hour and 40. Yeah. This will be fine. We can even prepare a little bit.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
58 minutes. I think we could probably sneak through another liter each. Might need to add one stick. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So get this water. Let's pick up these pots. And first off, yeah, I'm pretty sure those are still rabbit noises. So this little antechamber is our spot, huh? Is our spot. So let us make sure we're fine water-wise. Let's drop 5 of these liters. I think if we have 3 liters of water, that should, if we can get 3 liters of water in the mine when we get to it, we should be fine. Let's also drop some of this food, because we're not going to need all of it. And maybe some tools as well. Yeah, like these guys. And what else can we drop realistically? Hopefully we actually won't need both cooking pots. And what else? It's you and you two and you. Still kind of heavy, probably because of the water. Yeah. Actually, let's maybe think about using some of these. And I suppose we can harvest these. Okay. So we're going to sleep until morning. And then we'll head up to now what am I boiling water for? Well, many things. Drinking, tea, pouring down murder holes as the barbarian hordes are trying to storm my castle. Could be anything. But mostly it's for delicious tea. Okay, so Flora, or her place. It turns out I was wrong about the location of Cinder Mine. The mines between and at Desolation Point are merely abandoned mine number X's. And unfortunately what that means is I think the Cinder Hills mine that we're looking for, I'm pretty sure it's actually back in the Coastal Highway. So I'm trying to travel very light here. In fact, I think we're going to drop the rifle. Because we are going to have to come back here. This is the Stone Church. I was so salty. The Cinder Hills coal mine is the only location here that is not grouped up with the rest of the things on its location. You know, where you can find it. Okay, so 4 liters is probably fine to get there and sleep and maybe come back. It might be a little rough. Gecko, you've returned. Welcome back. I've also just returned. We don't need the cleaning kit. Yeah, as much as it pains me to do, we'll drop the rifle and our ammunition. And then we're almost under our carry weight. Surely we won't need a can opener. And surely we won't need a pry bar. Okay, so now, actually, we probably also don't need so much cloth. Yeah. Yeah, I feel good about this. Okay. So now we head back and see if we can find that damn Cinder Hills coal mine. It does feel a little bit decadent to be walking this quickly, though. Yep, cacaw, cacaw. So while you guys were out, I think we finished up. Well, I thought we finished up the coastal highway, those two locations. I should have known. I honestly should have known. For a location or a region as big as the coastal highway, and it only puts two places where you need to couch surf, I should have known that there was at least one more. Because think about it. Pleasant Valley, there was what, 4 locations? Coastal Highway needs at least 3, right? Apparently so. Apparently so. I was able to stop myself from crying. Because backtracking, it's painful to me. It hurts me. It hurts me in my soul. And that's the soles of my feet and the soles of my body. But if we're going quick like this, I guess it's not the end of the world. Supongo que sí. And if by my estimates, we only need about 2 liters of water if we just rest and sleep for 3 days, maybe 2.5 liters, then I think we're carrying enough to go there, spend the 3 days, and then come back. Unless I'm misremembering, and I may be misremembering, exactly how large the coastal highway region is. In fact, I almost always misremember these. But it is a coal mine, so there ought to be coal that we can get, and then sticks we can start the fire with. All right. Let's do it. Yeah, the coastal highway, it's not that massive, but when you're traveling around the outside of the bay, it seems pretty big. Or at least it seems like there's a bunch of distance between locations. Yeah, but if you have to travel all the way across the bay, then it does seem pretty big, but there's not a lot of friction when you're crossing the ice, pun intended. By which I mean, really, you can just point your nose in the direction you want to go, and as long as there's not a wolf pack, you'll get there. I picked up that coal for later use in an emergency. Just, it's killing me. It's killing me inside to know. And this is one of the larger backtracks that are possible too. It'd be fun if they added a slipped on ice injury. Yeah. Mess up your back and your hips. Although, less likely to happen with the crampon. But yeah, if you didn't have the crampon and you tried to sprint on the ice, and then did a bunch of turning, like if you tried to whip around and shoot a wolf that was chasing you, if it like made you fall down and sprain a wrist or something. Okay, well, silver linings. I suppose I didn't see the flare on the way here. All right. Shh. See if Mr. Fluffles is still in this area. Whoops. That was almost too far to jump. That was dangerous just now. I get sloppy when I get impatient. You once went to a frozen lake with your grandparents. You slipped and landed on your head. That sounds like... Well, that sounds like a not very good thing to happen when your brain is still growing. A not good thing at all. I think the worst... What's the worst thing on like that that's ever happened to me? I don't think I've ever had any particularly devastating falls on ice. But I do know it is dangerous. It is very easy to get something broken. If you fall and you... Because there's no way to control yourself when you fall, basically something really hard is going to end up hitting the ice, which is also really hard. And that usually means either a hip or a skull. One of the several head injuries that you got as a child but never got checked by a medical professional. Well, think about it this way. Would you really want to know? Would you really? It is said that ignorance is bliss. I'm thinking another upside is that while this backtrack is very long, it is mostly over road, so we're going to be walking pretty fast. You seem to have turned out okay, so it was probably all right. Well, I don't know how much of a background you have in experimental science, but you cannot rely on an instrument to calibrate itself. And let me just leave it at that. Let me just leave it with those words. Yeah, the question is, do we start sprinting? I think no. Because if I remember, the mine is kind of... It's way up in the hills. Almost halfway to the other side of the region. It is much more calming coming this direction, though, because the bear, if it was going to sneak up on you, would sneak up on you somewhere around this mound. Not enough of a natural scientist to understand that statement, so you don't... Maybe it didn't turn out that great after all. Well, think about it this way. If someone gives you a ruler and they tell you this ruler measures 1 foot exactly, it's not like you can refer to the ruler saying that there are 12 inches on it to know that it really is 1 foot. You need a separate, more reliable way to compare and ensure that the ruler is indeed 1 foot long. This also applies to yardsticks and meter sticks. Alright, so the next question I have is, how exactly is it that we get up into these hills? What would be the best way to do that? I suppose there is that road on the western side of the town that heads up into the hills. I think that's where we go. But at the same time, think about it this way. Our bones need at least a little bit of stress and, I don't know, pressure-induced damage, you could call it. Maybe damage is a little bit overselling it. But it needs some kind of gravity-similar adversity to grow up nice and strong. So maybe your brain just grew up nice and strong because of the extra pressure put on it. Alright, there's the bear, so we should be safe. But then again, I'm not a brain surgeon, so take what I say with, if not a grain of salt, then at least an entire salt lick, as this deer would enjoy very much. Yeah. That which does not kill you makes you stronger. Which, incidentally, reminds me, is another thing that that the author brought up in that previous book that I read, The Coddling of the American Mind. The idea that that which does not kill you makes you stronger has been rejected by the idea of that which does not kill you makes you weaker, in the sense that adversity is not something to be overcome and improved by, it's something to be avoided. Again, the idea being that if you feel danger or unsafe, it means you are truly in danger or unsafe and at risk of having some kind of damage done to you that will have no upside, character-wise or intellectually. And if there's no upside to feeling intellectually uncomfortable, then of course you would demand someone to be silenced if they make you feel that way. It does make sense once you accept one of the incorrect premises, it does make sense. Yeah, it depends heavily on the kind of adversity, yes. And that's another bear. Why is there a second bear here? I thought there was only supposed to be one bear at a time. This is unbearable. Yeah, if the adversity you're experiencing is something like polio, then yes, you're correct. You're correct that it may not make you stronger. But generally, when it comes to feelings, generally it holds. I think we're fast enough that we can get around this guy on the right, assuming that it doesn't get too steep. Times like these make me regret dropping the rifle. But I think we should be alright. Actually, probably have a better chance of scaring him off with a flare gun. Where did he go? Let's sprint so we don't break an ankle. Okay, where is Buddy? There he is. Alright. Expertly avoided. Also, would someone care to explain this? Why is there a magic bear? Why is there a magic bear? The question is, do we want to go up that way and start switching back? Or will this road eventually lead up? I think this road should also eventually lead up sufficiently. But we do want to end up over in that direction. I haven't heard any oohs. Yeah, a miracle. The immaculate conception of Winnie the Pooh. Okay, despite the fact that this road looks like it's kind of staying on the lowlands, I think it does start switching back soon. Actually, if we can walk up here, we're going to walk up here. It might be too steep, though. I think it should be doable. If we sprint, maybe. And here we go. Okay, that'll do. Yeah. Yeah, the switchbacks would have worked anyway, but this is a second way to get there. This little pass on the right. The road does end up here. And this is the second time we've gone past these houses. Okay. Yeah, I think if we go here and then maybe there's one or two more switchbacks, there should be a trailer on this path. And then the mine should be kind of past those rocks and down a little bit of road. I cannot believe that second bear had the audacity to just teleports behind you. It's nothing personal, kid. Actually, if we can go up this too. Yeah, here we go. I feel good about this, even though I'm beginning to suspect that that's too steep to go up. Actually, I'm sure that's too steep to go up. That's not the switchback I thought it was. Very unfortunate. Very sad. I wouldn't be actually surprised if at this point the hills above the bay here in this region are the place that I understand the least in this entire game. That's not going to do it. I guess we really do need to follow this all the way around. Actually, you know what? I think we're probably close enough to start sprinting. Okay, yeah, the rabbits mean here's our switchback. Weren't the coal mines the ones that had 2 stories? I didn't know there were any mines that had 2 stories. Which coal mine? I checked all the other mines. So there's the shortcut mine between the 2 regions in Desolation Point. There's the mine between Desolation Point and Crumbling Highway. And then there's the mine that's by the log sort. Yeah, there are 2 in Coastal Highway. There's the one that has the elevator in it. And I've checked all 3 of those mines, and they're all abandoned mine number something. Like abandoned mine number 5, abandoned mine number 3, abandoned mine number 2. And so by process of elimination, this one has to be the Cinder Hills mine. Ah, no. This one doesn't... Well, it does have 2 entrances, but the other entrance is in Pleasant Valley. This is how you get to Pleasant Valley. The mine that's over by the log sort, that's much lower, another Goram pry bar. This has got to be the 7th pry bar I've seen. Alright, show me Cinder Hills. Okay, abandoned mine, Cinder Hills coal mine. Okay, we're good. We are fantastic. Toss down the bedroll and start the clock. Actually, first let's check some of this stuff. Got anything good? Bedroll, no storm lantern, nothing. No, this is it. This is our spot. Finally. The 4th of the 4 mines I would have possibly checked, but we finally found it. All right. And now, how many energy bars do we have? We have 26 energy bars. This is an unreasonable number of energy bars. We can do the cattails. There's nothing wrong with eating a cattail. In fact, there's everything right with eating a cattail, because the energy bars have better calories per kilogram. Although they're faster to eat. Okay. And now we burn 3 days. Ah, that's a relief. That's a relief. After this, there should only be 2 locations. The stone and the lighthouse. Stone church, I mean. That's the one where we dropped all that stuff where you guys jumped back in. I was sure that finishing this challenge would take 2 hours max, and it's been 4 already.
Like
every time.
Sapping my energy.
Every time. I should not have slept for that long with that little of our thirst meter. I should not have done that. Yeah, look at all that damage. Okay, 3 nice liters of water. This should be plenty to drink and to make it all the way back. Plenty. A gracious plenty, you might hear someone say. Just gnawing on some cattail stalks we've been holding for the better part of a month. And maybe one more. Oh yeah, let's actually do that. Okay, Cinder Hills Coal Mine. We have 0.9 out of 3, so good. We are in the right spot. But yeah, that is a very good idea to check. It is very necessary to check. Because who knows, maybe there's, you know, this is abandoned mine, Cinder Hills Coal Mine, but maybe there's a proper Cinder Hills Coal Mine, Cinder Hills Coal Mine. That is a separate location somewhere that I don't know about. I think there are a handful of other mines in the other regions, but I would really have to think about where they are. Most of them that I know about are down in the southeast of the maps. That's Crumbling Highway, Desolation Point, really. The rest of the things that I can think of are mostly caves. Let's finish up these cattail stalks. 3 and a 4. Incidentally, that's one more cattail stalk than it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop. A 1, a 2, a 3. That's one hell of a throwback if you remember it. Affliction, sprain risk. Well, I suppose it's fine. Can't believe we just tossed the bedroll right in the entrance of this mine and just
find a place to rest.
Literally sleep for 3 days straight. Well, figuratively sleep for 3 days straight. We're spending a lot of time playing solitaire too. Well, that is Solitaire as well, not Solitaire the sequel. Okay, and how much time left do we have? We need about 20 hours. So let's start off by passing time for 12. And then we should be good to sleep for 6. So we pass time for 12. It should be very early morning, not early morning. It should be before dawn, like 4 a.m. maybe. And then we can sleep the rest of the way until it's light. Which should give us exactly enough time, and that should be a good time to leave as well. Once again, I forgot to drink. We should be sleeping for long enough to get all this condition back anyway. And besides, what am I going to do? Get mauled by a bear? Drink and chomp a couple of these. It would be very, very sad to lose well fed at this point. Especially with all these energy bars. Alright, show me the nap. And I'm not talking about the non-aggression principle. What is that? 49 days, 20 hours. Okay, so we have, what is that? 2.9. I guess we can maybe try to sleep for 1 more hour. See if that gets us there. If not, we'll have to wait for 1. Alright, got it. Nailed it. Pick you up. Find the door. And eat and drink. Because now we're really traveling light. Okay, so we started here with a little bit less than 4 liters. Yeah, it's really about 2.5 liters of water. And we have 5 liters back at the... Yeah, I think we're okay to... We don't need to drop it because we're already so light. If we make it back, we're going to have plenty of water for the entire rest of the run. If. It seems like it's trying to threaten a blizzard. Okay. It's really trying to blizzard, but for once, the wind isn't blowing against us. we'll go down this road for a while instead of cutting down immediately and backtracking, because I would like to possibly avoid the bear. And that might work if we stay on this road until it starts switching back. So what is this? It's about day 50. And if we were to just immediately sleep at all the separate locations, this entire challenge should take 45 days, because it's 3 days at each of 15 locations. We actually haven't wasted all that much time, all things considered. It seems like we're on track to be something like 6 days over, 6 or 7 days over the minimum time. And that includes all of our transition time, all of our detour time, and all of the time we took running around Timberwolf Mountain, opening up those airplane cargo containers. I'm pretty pleased with that. Pretty okay with that. Alright, this looks completely clear all the way down. Which does make sense, because I don't remember hearing any oohs up in these hills, either when we were passing through, or when we were coming back. So as long as we can get around that bear. How's the walk going? Well, the walk is long and it's not too dark. Location at which Flora resides. As long as it doesn't... It's threatening to blizzard, but as long as it's more bark than it is bite, it should be a pretty chill, walk all the way back. There's only 2 more locations left. I guess 2 more if we're counting European style. And 2, which is the number of bears that we just saw coming to that mine. Which is 1 more bear than I was hoping to see. Okay, after this switchback, let's try to get down onto the proper road as soon as we can. Even if it means a little bit of steep walking. But not if it means a bunch of cliff jumping, which it's beginning to seem like it might. This looks like one hell of a steep switchback. But who knows, maybe there's some landing pads we can hop on. Alright, show me something good. Yeah, I think we can get down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, nice. And just to be safe, let's head over on the right here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see, where is this? Is this the shack that has the oak tree with the dead guy and the crowbar behind it? I don't think so. I think that was a cabin, and I think it's farther to the west. But we can go down these roads. Downhill is good hill at this point in time. Every time you count, you're reminded from the scene of Friends where Ross goes to the tanning salon and counts with Mississippi. Yeah, it's either 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, or 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I will say though, I never really got into Friends. The only episode I actually remember seeing all the way through was the Soup Nazi episode, and I think that's Seinfeld. Also, that's a bear. Why is this bear trolling me so hard? Seinfeld is another thing I never really got into. I guess I just wasn't really into sitcoms very much. Although I will say, based on everything we found at Timberwolf Mountain, I definitely missed an opportunity to say, hey, what's up with what's the deal with airline food? Friends is a good show to have running in the background. Yeah, I think it definitely is in that category. Just sitcoms, broadly speaking, are probably pretty good to be in the background. We're just doing other stuff. One thing is, at this point, especially if you didn't either grow up with or see them at the time, a bunch of the things that people would say are the higher, the better points in Friends probably seem cliched. The issue, of course, being with Seinfeld and Friends, at the time, they weren't cliches, right? It's Seinfeld and Friends that made them cliches. So someone coming to see them at, after the fact, that may be a pain point. But I suppose that's an aspect of suffering from success. If you're so foundational to your genre that people who come afterwards think you're cliched, it's perhaps not the worst thing. Didn't grow up with Friends, but watching it, it feels a bit dated at times, but not unbearable. Yeah. Yeah, those kinds of sitcoms definitely are going to feel dated. Dated and unsophisticated compared to what came afterwards. But I suppose it's unavoidable. How I Met Your Mother might have aged worse. I never really got into How I Met Your Mother. But yeah, I would say How I Met Your Mother, especially with, what's his name? I'm not a doctor, but I played one on TV. Neil Patrick Harris. His character, I think they Flanderized him pretty quickly. The show you did watch growing up. Yeah, it's not a bad one. At least as far as sitcoms that were going on at the time. What was that, the early 2000s? That one, at least my understanding is it had something of a better reputation than some of the other contemporaries. I don't know whether or not they stuck the landing, though. That I didn't keep up with it long enough to hear. Okay. So a lot of road to still walk down. Zero interest in rewatching. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit damning to say of something that you might want to call a classic. Classic, in my opinion, might be the kind of thing that you wouldn't avoid rewatching. But at the same time, it's hard enough to make something that's good the first time around. So maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough for what they're trying to do. For me, it would be things like, at least as far as long-running TV shows, things like Grey's Anatomy, House, that kind of thing. One of the best comedy shows you've seen is Community. Community is... I'm trying to think about where I would put it, because there's this sort of continuum of humor, I would say. On the one end, there's this sort of cringe, vicarious enjoyment humor. And I would put It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia on that end. On the other hand, there's more... I don't even know what I would really call it, but more sort of naive, innocent humor. I'm not entirely sure what I would say is the best example of what I mean by that. And maybe there aren't any shows like that anymore. But I would say Community, I've never seen it, but my understanding is, oh, here's a good example. Community is kind of a mix of cringe, workplace, and, I don't know, situational humor. I would put it in the same vein as Parks and Recreation. Whereas something like a Reno 911 is more on the cringe side, and The Office is more on the cringe side. But they're all focused on some kind of workplace as their premise. Yeah, so Community and Parks and Rec, I would say, are more the innocent, naive, more straightforward comedy. And Reno 911 and Community are more like cringe humor. Folks with an X. Folks with an X, another way to make a fox-wolf hybrid. Okay. We're traveling through dangerous territories again. Speaking of, if you enjoyed Community and Parks and Recreation, you may enjoy, and this is, I think, older than both of them, you may enjoy The IT Crowd. It was an English, I don't know if you'd call it a sitcom, it's more of one of those workplace comedies. And I think The IT Crowd is amazing. I think that is a very, very well done comedy show. Are you calling me you unsophisticated? Well, Gecko, do I have to? Or are some things just self-evident? See, I can do a troll. I can do a trolling every once in a while. Let's see what the fluff situation is up here. Last time we got accosted. We got accosted and we had to do a slight detour. This time, I think we might just start blasting. Okay, no, the Awoo is somehow behind us. I don't know how we got past it. Okay. Yeah, I'm already thinking, what are we going to do next? So the thing we're going to do next is there's the Archivist challenge, I think is next. It's either the Archivist or As the Dead Sleep, one of the two. I don't remember which. But I think it's Archivist. That one might be another chill one. But beyond that, I'm really thinking I might make a loaf of bread. Maybe some banana bread. Okay, let's get our torch back. It feels exceedingly decadent. Oh, let's use a fire striker to light this. It feels just so decadent to use a fire striker to light a torch. Okay, you know what? We're probably to the point where we can do a little bit of sprinting, especially because this torch is going to run out soon. We're so fast, even if we walked, it probably wouldn't run out before we exit. But let's just make sure about that. Speedrun the mine. Are you cave crawling? Well, I used to be cave crawling, and then I was cave walking, and then I became a cave runner. Oh, I just got an achievement. Silent Hunter. Survived the first 50 days without firing a single firearm. Well, I guess I'll take it. Alright, here we go. I wonder why it calls me a silent hunter. We haven't actually hunted anything. Yeah, Yuchi the Great Pacifist. Like I keep saying, give peace a chance. Now, of course, now that that's happened, there's going to be a wolf on our way to the stone church, and we will have to start blasting. Danny DeVito style. But we'll see. We'll see. Actually, I think the only thing we might have killed, and let's check and see if it actually died. Where'd it go? Here. And here. Let's see if that wolf that attacked us ended up dying. Yeah, wolf struggles 1, wolves killed 1. Oh, what up? We got the bots. When you're genuinely... We like to call them gravitationally challenged cousins. Thinks he can go on El Cinco, so you rip him in half in exactly 3 pieces and send him to... Cockroachian, I've got bad news for you. There are only 360 degrees in longitude and latitude. So you're going to need to do some division there, buddy. You're going to need to get a remainder going on. And you are getting invaded. And it's always AI viewers at streamboo.com. Somehow. I wonder if anyone actually uses that. Well, I suppose if some people are going to use AI to make hub content, maybe they use it to keep themselves, I don't know, occupied, company, when they're streaming. But at that point, just use a chatbot, man. Yeah, the more you know. The filthiest of clankers. People who have clicked on the link are the same whose dead bodies are reposting the links. It might make sense. It might make sense. But in the words of Julia Childs, who's to know? Okay, so here's all our stuff.
Might have to drop some gear.
Let's pick up all the good things. Certainly we won't need the can opener, but might as well. Pick up faster. And look at this completely unreasonable amount of food. Okay. And even more matches. Come on, what's that under there? Is that a hunting knife? That I couldn't see in the darkness? It is.
Thank goodness.
No, not thank goodness. I think that's something like the more revolver ammunition. What the actual hell? 125 rounds of revolver ammunition. This is just ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. Okay. And let's start passing this time. I don't know. Honestly, if they're already offering an AI service, I don't think it would be very hard for them to set up a little bit of a script to make a bunch of effectively bot accounts. Either that, or I'm sure that there are already services that will make bot accounts. Ooh, hiccup for you. Ooh. Making all these weird throat noises. Alright, come on. It is cooling down in the wee hours of the morn.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Because it is a lot of gear, Mackenzie, we keep going over this. We keep going over it. Alright, let's hit this maple syrup. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Delicious. So this will be probably about a day and a half. I don't remember actually how long we stayed here the first time. Let's see. Yeah, almost a day and a half in the stone church. And then we just need to hit the lonely, lonely lighthouse. I'm going to be mad if this lonely lighthouse is all the way over in Bleak Inlet. I'm going to be real mad. but it shouldn't be. Okay, so now 2 days. And then 2.5. I guess we'll time it when we get there. And that's a blizzard. Or not. Although, for once, I can actually see the temperature gradually declining as the night goes on. Because it doesn't immediately teleport you to when you wake up like it does when you sleep.
Tongue feels like sandpaper.
Man, getting this good clothing so early on, extremely clutch. Alright, and we can probably just pass time for another 12 hours. And then we'll have only about, well, I think if we were to just wait and leave immediately, it would be something like dusk. Actually, that's not the worst thing in the world. Nice weather. Very nice weather. Okay, how much time do we have left here? We have about, what is that, 18 hours? So, yes. Let's pass time for 6 and then sleep for 12. Yeah, the only thing that could push us out of here, yeah, we barely getting cold. The only thing that could push us out is like a very strong blizzard
Tired to think straight.
right around dawn. That's really the only thing. But otherwise, even though I don't think this stone church actually counts as an interior for the purpose of, for example, curing guts or hides, I think it's pretty good temperature-wise. I cast sleep. Welcome back. You cast sleep the instant you arrive, and we fell asleep. That's exactly what happened. Do we still not have this? 2.9. 2.9. And of course, it's the middle of the night. It's probably cloudy. Is it cloudy? It is cloudy. I can't see anything. So let's pass time for a couple of hours. This will put us over the limit. And it's pretty close to dawn. Okay, location complete, stone church. That, you know what? Do you guys understand how decadent our life is about to be? I don't think you do. So I cast sleep. We are about to finish up a challenge in which we run all over the map, all over the entire world, and we crash on people's couches. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. This is completely fine. Instead of just resting for 2 hours, we're using a flare. So we can see that where we're going. Because it's always very dark right before dawn. You would know this if you watched Toonami back in the aughts. So right now, we just finished the 14th of 15 locations. And we only have the Lonely Lighthouse to go to. And that is somewhere on the horizon over there. It's not very far away at all. And there should be a way down here. Now, I swear to God, so this is the second challenge that we're going to be ending over at this Lonely Lighthouse. If we can see a moose from there, we're using all of this ammo. There it is. So 2 moose locations. One is going to be on the bridge to the left here. I think let's take a quick peek there. we should be able to see the moose antlers if it's there before we have to peek all the way over the bridge and get seen. So do we have an antler? I think I see some antlers. Are those antlers in the middle there? No. No, we're not quite close enough yet. Those are antlers. Okay, I wonder if we can see the moose from the lighthouse. If we can see the moose from the lighthouse, we're going to be blasting. Because I have a bone to pick with that moose. I choose to believe that that moose is the moose that was over at Skeeter's Ridge back when we were doing the survival mode. It broke my ribs. Okay, I think past this, yeah, here's where we cut. Now, I have seen wolves here exactly one time. Hey, buddy. So anyway, I started blasting. You're not chasing, are you? Get out of here. Yeah, get out of here. Never mind my bad aim. This is literally the only second time that I've seen wolves here. And I spent literal months near this lighthouse in the survival mode. What the hell? Oh well. I guess we can give peace one more chance. I was afraid those would be timber wolves. I couldn't tell in the darkness. Ever since I turned my monitor from the gaming mode to just regular sRGB mode, it makes it a little bit darker for me, so hence the flare. Kind of funny that you were so defeated about not finding a gun in the beginning, and then we go the entire run without firing it. Basically, and even there, we didn't need to shoot really. Just needed to scare Buddy away, and the flare would be enough for that. And besides, Gecko, it's really more about the principle of the matter. Okay. It feels disorienting not having my pile of fires and cooked meat out here that I had back from the survival mode. Alright, let's hop inside.
This pack is getting
All
too
right,
heavy
what do
to
we got?
carry.
Book, firearm cleaning kit. No guns, unless maybe somewhere up here. And indeed, we do have the Lonely Lighthouse. All right, what do we got? A simple parka, more revolver. This is an unreasonable amount of revolver ammunition. Okay, this is not the crazy backer. So that is 135 rounds of revolver ammunition in just this one challenge. This is not the place to be caught out without light. Ketchup chips. Cured leather, don't need it. Let's see what we can see from the top here. Actually, what I'm most interested in finding out is, does spending time on the top of the lighthouse count? Yeah, I don't want to fall down here. Unless, what is that? Nothing, nothing. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Too windy to light the match. But it's not too windy, perhaps? Question mark? Can we put this? There we go. Okay, so let's
It's starting to weigh me down.
sleep for 3 hours and see if that gives us any percentage in the lighthouse, and then let's check for the moose. All right. We don't need painkillers. We will take the energy bar. Oh, I didn't realize I hid the patch with the bedroll. Okay, moose is over there. A very scenic place in the challenge it is. So let's see. No, that didn't give us anything. So we do have to be inside, which I suppose does make sense. Not that we need the bedroll anymore because there is a bed in there. But this bastard. No, that's not even a moose. Where the hell did Buddy go? It is a nice view. Some would say one of the best. Okay, well, the wolves have disappeared. They were over there. The moose has disappeared. It was over there. Do you guys see a moose? I don't see a moose. And the secondary moose location is there. So I think what we do now, let's take a quick nap. And by quick nap, I mean,
with this much gear.
let's wait till tomorrow. Here and here. What am I looking at? There. Pass some time. Pass some more time and then sleep. Imagine the moose is outside the door. Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. The moose is just waiting, looming in silence, honking, and being dastardly in other ways. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we really nailed an extremely efficient path. You've sadly been right before. Oh no. You know, it costs you nothing to not jinx me. It costs you literally nothing to not just type down the thing and have it be basically manifest it into reality. Okay, and now we should be able to sleep until mid-morning, which is one of my favorite times to wake up. One of my favorites. My second favorite might be noon. No, because we're not going out the front door again. So the only place that the moose could be outside the door is if the moose is at the top of the lighthouse.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay. And Buddy is not. Eventually, I think he'll move over there. Can you imagine getting ganked by the moose up here? Okay. All these energy bars are left, and we haven't eaten any of these salty crackers. It would make for a great plot twist. Are we gonna have to go in back on the bridge? I kind of want to troll him. Okay. Yeah, I can barely... Can I even... Yeah, here we go. It is bright enough to see the stairs. I'm always a little bit worried. Surely we don't need to check the footlockers.
This will come in handy.
More revolver ammunition. It never ends. It never ends. Yeah, moose are, unless you have some kind of big game hunting rifle, you do not want to mess anywhere near moose. Let's pass a little bit of time. They're like hippos. They DGAF and they will ruin you.
All this gear is slowing me down.
You might say that a moose is the hippo of the north. Okay, and of course it's foggy. Of course. Bedroll me. And actually, while we're here, let's check out this cabinet. The one-of-a-kind cabinet.
I could use this.
With just a trashy little scarf in it. Garbo. Garbo, I say. Pass some time, nap some time. Yeah, 100%. Or would one say that hippos are the moose of the Nile? Okay, we can't see. So we need to wait until the morning. Where's the bedroll? That's the drawer. Where's the bedroll? Show it to me. I didn't pick it up, did I? I didn't. Okay, so it's right there. Do we sleep or do we pass time? I think we pass time. Mostly. Can you guys taste it? We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah, honestly. So we started this stream in the hydroelectric dam. And I thought, surely hitting all the other locations should only be a couple of hours.
Too much stuff to carry.
After all, we started out with all this food and all this great clothing. Surely we can just run between the locations. But no. 5 hours later. And we're just finishing up with the last one. Okay, one point. We do have one more day in here. And where is... Show me the door. Take that energy bar. Alright. Here we go. Show me the moose. No moose. Okay. We need to go check for the moose over at the bridge. And there's a very important reason for it. You guys will see in a bit. But let's just make sure we're ready for these wolves. Actually, what can we drop? I suppose it's fine. Just a hop, skip, and a jump. Actually, I wonder if the moose will still be there. They seem to be very mysterious creatures.
Something's gotta go. Looks like I made it through another night.
You did make it through another night. Wouldn't you know, that's what dawn does. Okay, and somehow the wolves have walked off too. Is that an antler I see, or is that just a shrub? Certainly Buddy didn't disappear, right? What do you think the odds are that the moose is still on this bridge? It should be here. There it is. Can we sneak up to him? Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's maybe go a little bit around here. If he starts charging, we're going to be in trouble. And he has charged me from pretty damn far away before. So let's sneak. Why do I hear his clopping coming closer? Okay, guys, this is going to be worth it, I promise. Okay, there he is. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for what we waited for this whole time? Actually, I think we can maybe... This is very important. You guys need to wait for just the perfect moment. Okay, he's not facing us. I think we can get a little bit closer. Okay. Alright, you guys ready? Prepare your palms. Have your palms extended. You might say that a hippo is just a moose in denial. I'll show myself out. I'll show myself out. If he decides to chase us down, I'll accept that penance. I think he forgives me. But maybe, do we maybe try to get up on these rocks here? My one concern is I think he's not visible if we're all the way over on the lighthouse. Even though options, visuals, display, quality. So let's see, we're looking for draw distance. Terrain level, no. Texture trimming, no. LOD, no. Where is it? Somewhere there is something that lets you describe how far away things get shown. Is it not here? Is it advanced? It is. Okay, yeah. So we have, yeah, these draw distances. They're all on very high, which means that if the moose is not visible from there, the moose is not visible from there. So let's troll him from over here. Because this should be accessible by us, but maybe not accessible by moose. At least that's what I'm hoping. I want to get up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Okay, there we go. All right. Where is this guy? Where is he? Wait, actually, where did this moose go? Oh, there he is. Okay, so... do we start blasting? I think we start blasting. Yeah. This feels like a safe place to do it from. The only problem is I don't really know whether or not this has a target 0 or a battle 0. I think that missed because he's not moving. Okay, he's coming this way now. Oh, surely that didn't miss. Wait, was that only the first hit? Have I seriously been missing this whole time? Oh. Okay, well, I guess the more you know. Alright, success. And that's a wolf. Why is there a wolf over here? Casing. Need to pick up the evidence. I'm not sure if it's just inaccurate or what, but it feels like a lot of the times... Well, let me see. I'm not sure if that white puff in front is muzzle flash or if it's hitting the ground. Actually, there's probably a way to find that out. And that way is to just shoot the ground, isn't it? like right in front of us. Okay, so there's not really any visual from hitting the ground that I can tell. Gecko. Gecko, I've got some news that is about to blow your mind. The difference between a hunting rifle and a sniping rifle is there is no difference. Let's see, unless... Am I wrong? Yeah, maybe... I guess it does do a little big thing of snow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if it's not properly accurized, you're right. Okay, so somehow, if you ask me, it seems that according to where some of the snow was poofing, it was poofing behind the moose. And apparently the moose doesn't bleed when you shoot it. So I feel somewhat robbed. I think a lot of our longer range shots probably should have hit the moose. But I don't think they did, and I don't think we can tell because there's no blood anywhere. Yeah, like this. Like, what is this? That's probably somewhere that we hit. Although that might have been from shooting afterwards. Because I don't see any blood splatters, but I don't see any blood splatters where it fell either. Okay. So finally, we got revenge on that moose that we weren't able to hit with the flare gun at the beginning of the hopeless, or at the end of the hopeless rescue challenge. Oh my god, we walk so slow. It couldn't hurt, right? Oh my god. I actually wasn't expecting it to increase the fatigue by that much. We can just sprint unendingly, can we? I guess it's good to know that this is available. I've never used one of these emergency stims before. Yeah, just infinite sprint, huh? You do crash. I'd imagine that means it nukes our fatigue. But Gecko, you know it can basically remove a crash. Actually, we're running a lot fast. Why are we running so fast now? Is it because we're not running against the damn wind again? Not a nap. Well, I was hoping the stim would have ended by now. Another emergency stim. That can remove the crash.
Too heavy.
Okay, well, let's actually nap into this. Not tired enough. Well, I guess we can just wait for an hour. And now we can nap. I think we need a few more hours after this, maybe 10 or so. Because we were just over, I want to say, 2 days. So let us eat, drink, and be merry. All these delicious energy bars. So many energy bars that are going to be left over. All right. How much time we got left? We need, yeah, a little bit more than half a day. So we pass time here. 10 hours. Yeah, we pass time for 10 hours, and then we probably sleep for 4 or 5. And that should be it. This is, well, I feel like it would have been faster if it had been objectives of leaving a little bit of food and water, for example, 3 days worth. in each location, because then you could just drop the stuff and not have to pass all this time. Although, I suppose you could accidentally pick stuff up and need to go back later, and that would be very annoying. So perhaps this is the most elegant way to do this kind of a challenge. Okay, how much time have we got left? We have only a couple of hours, so 3 hours ought to do it. Count it. Count it. Count it. Yeah, the intended way is probably hunt a bit. 55 days, 21 hours, 13 minutes. Call that 56 days. We only wasted 11 days faffing around because it would take 45 to just loiter at all the places. And there's even a couple of places that we spent more time than we needed. I think one I accidentally spent an extra day and a half in. But yeah, I definitely agree. You're probably supposed to spend at least a little bit of time hunting. Okay, so that's that challenge down. Yeah, the next one is Archivist. During the Aurora, collect buffer memories at the locations listed in your journal. You know what? This is probably a good place to end this stream. It has been 5 hours. But I think we just dip a little bit of a toe into this. Let's check the journal and check the starting location. And see what we have to deal with. Just to get an idea of our path. So first off, we're starting with an Aurora. I can already hear it. I can't see anything. Milton House. Okay, so we're in Milton, which is the mountain town. And what time is it? It's midnight. Did the Grey Mother... First off, let's put on some music. Second off, these places are supposed to be lighter during an Aurora. Where are we exactly? Where's the front door? Where are the stairs? Table? Is this the stove? Okay, stove, I know where we are. This is the kitchen, which means we might get lucky and start with a cedar firewood. We might start with a cooking pot. Okay, so let's see where we have to gather from in the journal. All right, Milton, Orca Gas Station Post Office. Mystery Lake, Coastal Highway, Pleasant Valley, Broken Railroad, Desolation Point, Forlorn Muskeg, and one in the Chasm Cave, which is that laptop that we did get to. Okay. Okay. So I think the first thing we're going to do here is actually pick up the 2 Milton ones in this specific Aurora. We should be able to get to both the gas station and the post office is practically right across the street from here. Let's think. Let's see if we can maybe plan out a route. Oh. Oh! It gives us the whole damn map. Well, that's nice of them. That's very nice of them. I don't think I would actually need it. Oh, wow. This is nice. Actually, this broken... No, the broken railroad I know about. Yeah, and these 2 things, yeah, I know about these. Okay. Timberwolf. Yeah, I know where these things are. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for showing up. I think this is a good place to end it anyway. So let's head back to the menu and do the you-know-what. Alright, so this entire time I've been Yuchi. And I've been trying to sleep on some friends' couches. We successfully did that. Next time we'll do yet another challenge that certainly, and if you're still here, read that in the bottom left corner. Objective-based experiences with a clear beginning and end, designed to last from 1 or 3 hours. I'm calling BS, Hinterland. So I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying to do these challenges in 1 to 3 hours. I've not been doing very well at that. I'll see all you people on the proverbial flip side.